back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this.
Back it up, back it up.
Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this.
Back to the back to the back to the back to the back.
Take it back, take it back. Back it up, 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 back it up,
Back it up, back it up, back it up.
take it back, take it back. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this.
Back it up, back it up.
Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this.
Back to the back to the back to the back to the back.
Welcome to the XXL Nutrition HQ. XXL Nutrition is the most popular online supplement brand in Europe. Our proteins, pre-workouts, dietary supplements, and of course our sportswear is developed with the greatest possible care. We are known for providing the highest quality products and the best service. Daily, we are working with a motivated team on new developments, promotions, and quality control to serve our customers in the best possible way. XXL Nutrition is an established name in the B2B and B2C market. Therefore, we can also be found in many gyms, supplement stores, and supermarkets. Offering the highest possible quality is the foundation of our brand. Only the best ingredients and materials are used for our products. Everyone at our company has passion for health and fitness. That's why we want to provide our customers, and of course ourselves, with the best products. We prepare all orders in our own warehouse, which has the capacity to process more than 10,000 orders daily. Thank you for supporting XXL Nutrition. We are XXL, the most popular brand in sports nutrition.
And here, live at the MGM Music Hall in Boston, Massachusetts, we make some more. Welcome to the Rainbow Six Invitational 2025. Are you ready to make history? Count number one begins now! It is Hasa Company Academy! It's a one-team!
We can't quite see it, the punt.
Oh, it's down, a beautiful first!
Cyber isn't going to let him just sit on this. Oh, brilliantly played!
It seems like Furia might just have numbers, but they've lost a couple. And Philippe will see. BDS! Steal that round for Furia! He's working. A triple for Dream. It's all up to Nate and Philippe Ox now. Numbers in a disadvantage for them. And Nate is on the floor!
Pressurization complete. Affirmative.
First map looks to be locked up to be theirs. Putting out the 1v1.
Unbelievable stuff from the Brazilian! It's all up to
He's
base!
been here before. He's got to step across. It's all about this 1v1. He wins it out. Rene's going for the plant. Cyber's got three. We're down towards this last 30 seconds. King is manoeuvring here. Shot in the back again. Shaiko is going up to him. himself down now. Users has got to clutch up big. Andy, let's see if the swing. They're waiting. Solotov's down. 3 days off. He's also down.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Voltage League. We have the group stage continuing here today, and I am Erebos here with Bullet, and we have a fantastic set of games to watch. 4 best of ones today, and I'm doing great. Bullet, how about you?
I'm doing absolutely fine. I'm super stoked, super excited to be back here at the Voltage League broadcast. I've been very fortunate and lucky enough to be, a part of this IP since what I've been part of, like, from season 2, if I'm not wrong. So I've been very lucky to catch some really amazing games coming up from all regions, and yeah, it's again very excited to be back here with you again. So that's the thing also. Apparently.
Yep, and our first match is actually going to be Valor Esports up against Turks LFO, and I mean, this is going to be an exciting one. I expect both of these teams to come out gunning and making sure they can make it through to the playoffs. And speaking of making it through to the playoffs, we can take a look at the bracket here for the group stage, see how everybody is shaping up, and look at that. Turks LFO, after 3 games played, find themselves in first place, just ahead of NXT with 8 points. And for Valor Esports, they're looking kind of down there. 2 teams, I believe, will be eliminated. The top 2 teams go straight to the semifinals, whereas the middle 4 will go to the quarterfinals, and the bottom 2 teams will actually be eliminated. Now, it's still early days in the group stage. It's single round robin, all best of ones, so they still have quite a few games to play. So anything can happen from here. It's not over until quite a while from now. Still a couple of games, so it's going to be interesting to see how these two teams shape up. Valor Esports going to be hunting those points, making sure that they get some distance between them and the 7th and 8th place on the standings, whereas Turks LFO have a good start to try and make their way into that top 2 and see their way to the semifinals right away.
Yeah, I mean, Turks have been kind of like hammering on every other team right now at the group stage by looking at the entire standings. But keeping that aside, let's take a look at the entire team card as well. We do have Denati, Quadrator, Nokaturo, Chanel, Shalim, Kareem coming up. I mean, we have definitely seen Salim coming the past seasons of Voltage performing extremely well. Border being the best map, and of course, we will talk about the entire map selection in a bit as well. But having a total win rate of 83% tells a lot about the sheer firepower and the overall potential of these teams way ahead in the upcoming matches as well. We will also take a look at the team card for our next team, which is going to be Valor Esports. But taking another point, that Lair is also one of their worst map. And for the side of Valor Esports, it's going to be the same thing as well. Lair is their worst map, but Bank being one of their best maps in this entire tournament.
Yeah, and total win rate of 70%. We saw them on 3 points, whereas Turks LFO on 8 points. So in terms of the matchup, Turks definitely going to be the favorites here, with Valor Esports being the underdogs, but anything can happen. Only 3 matches have been played so far. Maybe Valor Esports didn't like what they saw in terms of the map bans before, maybe got some unlucky matches. But in this game, as we take a look at the map bans, our map is actually going to be Border. And that is looking good for Turks LFO. They got their best map. They got the map they wanted. And I mean, believe it or not, Lair ended up being one of the last map to be banned between these two teams. So both of these teams kind of flirting with the idea of a Lair game, but in the end, it was Valor Esports that ended up banning it away in the end. And
Yeah.
it seems like Turks LFO definitely got one over on Valor Esports, at least in the map bans. They managed to get their favorite map. They managed to get a free ban of Lair because they must have known that Valor Esports does not like that map, that they're going to ban that map regardless. And they managed to play chicken and win. And I think Turks LFO are definitely going to be
Yes.
happy about this map ban. And it's going to be up to Valor Esports to show why they let Border through, why they banned away these other maps, and let it get all the way to Border.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the overall competitiveness of the game, 91 Labs, and I'll also say the club outside has been the pinnacle of the entire competitiveness in the past couple of North American. Is very much like being the 100% of or like having the maximum percent of the win rate for their side is something like one of the probability not being in your favor. But I feel like Valor Esports can definitely be the team to kind of like outshine and outplay the side of Turk LFO at Border. But again, number one face team right now in the entire standings, going up against the team placed at fifth spot, can definitely come along with a lot of surprises when it comes down to the overall gameplay.
Yeah, and I am hearing that the players are in the lobby, so we should be able to get started pretty shortly.
Yeah.
Now, Bullet, Border. How do you imagine Border being played? What do you expect out of both of these teams on this map?
I'm expecting a lot of surprises. Like I said earlier, no, man. Valor Esports is that one team which has played, like other maps pretty well. Like they have went in Night Havens against Tivoli. They have went in Bank, and they kind of lost Bank against the side of Sigapatas. But this is probably their first time that they're playing in this group stage for the side of Border. But I'm looking to see a lot of these players actually, playing. A lot of these roam kind of strategies which you kind of need, especially the shallow roaming part when it comes down to the map of Border. But talking about the side of operator bans, we do see Blackbear getting banned along from the side of Turks, and it's going to be Dokebi from the side of Valor. Mira getting banned, surprisingly enough, because Valor Esports are going to be the team to start off as attackers. So I'm not surprised by it, but they have to prepare for a lot of all might when it comes down to their defending side, because Mira is one of the strong operators that you actually need, whether it's being the ground floor objectives or especially the second floor objectives as well.
Yeah, and these operator bans definitely interesting. The Mira one, like you said, definitely sticks out as a must ban. I do like the Dokebi ban. I think Dokebi can be such a nuisance, very annoying to play, especially on a map like Border, where you want to play aggressive on the defense. You want to roam, and Dokebi can definitely hinder a lot of that kind of play style.
Yeah, definitely. When it comes down to logic bombs, especially, when it comes down to that, now logic bombs can also have the ability to, get a active control of the entire, defensive cameras. It's one of the I would say the strongest buffs that the entire T Office 2FC that has been given to Dokebi. It's been a long time, so. But again, Dokebi has been a primary ban target for a lot of these competitive teams, so makes sense. But again, I'm surprised, a little bit surprised for the surprised for the Mira ban, because you definitely need Mira when it comes down to the first floor objective, the upper floor objective. But anyways, we'll see to it how both of the teams adapt to the entire scenario, and to, of course, adapting to the entire scenario when it comes down to just stop, kind of like a place onto that crowd control play. We do see Turks going in for that Koyo pick, but before that, it's going to be a heavy kind of like a gunfight happening in between these two. And of course, Turk is able to take down the side of Clown, but we will see somebody from the side of Valor to take down the side of Doc. And when a very early gunfight and making the manpower advantage, kind of like an even Steven.
Yeah, and that's actually a pretty decent trade here for Turks, as the Capitao actually going down is going to be a key, would have been a key part of this execute for Valor Esports onto the site. We see the Twitch drones trying to get in there, but excellent mute jammers to try and stall this out, waste as much time as possible, make it as hard as possible for Valor Esports to actually get info, get rid of all of this utility that might be there, and that includes those goo mines as well as the Goyo canisters. We have one of the Lion things coming out, the drones coming out, but Selim able to find two, pick up two for Turks, and it's going from bad to worse for Valor Esports, down to just a single member with the Lion. The DMR can definitely wreak havoc here, but has to do it all alone, taking a lot of damage here. Does Dennis. It's going to take a miracle. A lot of time to work with. Still has to pick up that diffuser. So still a lot of work here to do. Still has some more scans left, but more damage coming through. One bullet is all that it's going to take for Turks LFO to take round one. And Selim swings, gets another kill. I believe that is a 4K on the round for him, as Turks LFO starting strong, starting really hot.
I mean, it's okay, but given the fact that this entire matchup is only going to be a best of one, remember, first, there's not going to be a best of three action happening in. So definitely a very good start, an aggressive and I would say a very fruitable start for the side of Turks LFO. And I wasn't surprised, when it comes down to border map, we all have played Doc, we all have equipped the ACOGs, we all have went for the spawn peaks. So I was not really much surprised. I was definitely not. I was definitely surprised by the fact that Valor Esports was able to counter it, or they were more than ready. But like you mentioned it out, that Nanomister, that Capitao was a great pick, because Capitao, combined with the smokes, combined with the fireballs, you definitely need those utility to kind of push through the armory lockers, and even though if you want to approach towards the archive side. Anyways, the first round being going in towards the side of Turks LFO, they're playing extremely well when it comes down to the overall mechanical gun skill, to be honestly speaking. But now we do see a couple of changes. We do see Demos, we do see Monty coming in, and a lot of heavy utility play. We do see Brava accompanied with by Lion. So it's going to be some really, I would say, strategical, very tactical kind of a push. They have to rely a lot on that coordination, because some of these Brava drones can be very helpful. Of course, there you go, Valkyrie, some of these cameras coming in, and the Fenrir Dreadnought mites will be hacked, and Fenrir did got a note of it, and you'll definitely go on to disable and destroy that.
Yeah, the response here in terms of the operator lineup out of Valor Esports, definitely really strong. The Twitch to be able to get rid of those bandit batteries, the Brava to try and deal with those Dreadnought mines, as we did see one of the strongest pieces of utility on this map is Guttero actually able to take down Dennis. Dennis on the Lion, gonna have those scans still left in the pocket. So another big piece of utility dying very early on here for Valor Esports. If it continues to go this way, it is going to be a struggle here for Valor Esports, but they do manage to find the trade onto Bodolf. That is at least one kill back, and the trade here for Valor Esports as Monty trying to get in the thick of it here. Gonna make the player drop down the hatch, going to get this Fenrir stuck up, and they're going to go down, but it is going to be a trade in the end. Not expecting that second player to be in that position, as Guttero able to pick up a double kill here, even it up into 2v2, but no! The scan does not actually come through, as Guttero able to pick up another one and another one, as all go down to Guttero. Back-to-back hero plays, but from two different members here for Turks LFO, as they take the first two rounds with ease.
I mean, that was a lovely round when it comes down to that entire back-to-back trade games. A very small, very tiny bit of like a mistake coming off from the side of Demos. He should have been in the in that little bit of cover. He was just waiting in for the animation for the scan to complete, because that could have been a really easy, and I would say, and a free kill coming up for the side of Demos to take that bandit out from the fountain hallway. But that was that, folks. Overall, Valve Esports kind of played it really well when it comes down to just adapting to the entire 1v2 and 1v3 strategies, back-to-back gunfights going in back and forth. And I love to see that kind of retaliation play when it comes down to these engagements. Now that they don't have any option, they have to go towards side of bathroom and pillars, and yes, they will have to kind of spread out the entire room activity from like kind of like 50% to 90%, because if you give away the vertical control in this kind of like an objective, your entire defense strat can actually just go down and fall down like a deck of strats. But I'm not surprised. I mean, Turks LFO, especially the side of Salim, the side of Tezer, they, even though they haven't been able to pick off anyone for now in the past couple of rounds, but they're always been aggressive. They go for the spawn picks, they go for some really early plays that they're gonna just challenge anyone from the side of Valor Esports as soon as they get the information to go in for a gunfight. So I'm not surprised about it. They're trying to just kind of like show them all of the problematic sides when it comes down to the Valor Esports attacking strat. But hoping for the best play coming out from the side of Valor in round number 3 now.
Yeah, and the Monty and Deimos both being brought yet again with that Lion, all of which not really that much kind of impact. The Monty had a little bit of an impact last round, but in the end, just a little too hasty to try and finish off the Fenrir. But a lot of damage coming through here. Good start here for Turks LFO. They haven't had to give up a lot of ground, as we do see the players drop the hatch, and what a C4 from Guttero. Guttero has absolutely been tearing apart Valor Esports these last 2 rounds. As yet again, another first blood here. We see a jump out. Is he ready for it? No, he looks away at the worst possible moment. 2 kills going in favor, but 3 kills on the bounce for Valor Esports. They even this up into a 2v2 here. It's all left up to Salim and Bodolf on the defense to try and win this out. And when you're up against the Montaigne, you have to make sure that you hold these crosses effectively, and you make sure you know where that active gun actually is. But for the side of Valor Esports, you only have that one active gun, so Dennis has to make sure that they have their gun ready and they manage to win these gunfights. They're going to have the info thanks to the Monty, but they have to make sure that they win the gunfights. They have to win this. And no, Dennis goes down. It's all left up to the Monty with the shield and the pistol. Has to manage to find these last 2 kills. Has plenty of time to make this work. Puts the shield down, but no, Salim closes it out. The hero of the first round makes sure that they don't let round 3 slip away, and it is 3-0 in favor of Turks LFO.
I mean, Turks LFO definitely being that, I don't know how to call it, but being that very strong build kid in the whole classroom that is going for those irky-burky spawn bigs, which aren't really needed. But again, it's the higher the risk, the higher the reward kind of like gameplay coming out from the side of Turks. Even though after the entire man advantage being in a 2v2 play, after that, I would say definitely I was kind of like in the hope that now Lion getting the company of Monty can definitely do a lot of the heavy play and kind of like switch this round for their side. But when it comes down to that, Boldov also did had one of the C4s left in that pocket. So even though Castle went down after the entire 2v2 play, I would say the chances were definitely favoring in for a potential, a clutch potential situation for the side of Turks LFO. But for now, I mean, for the side of Valor Esports, they're trying their everything. They're giving their best. They're already coming close to kind of like ending that round marathon victory for their side, but they're kind of like falling short here, and there. Looking at the entire run play from the side of the archives, the window. That was a very unlucky and very unfortunate timing for that lad over there for the side of Demos. That would have been a very easy kill over there. They were just looking there, but the guy just came off at the very last second. So just some of these unfortunate play are happening a lot for the side of Valor Esports. If they're able to close those gaps in between, they will be definitely able to adapt to the entire strategical play coming up from the side of Turks.
Yeah, and I just want to make note. Well, never mind.
Oh.
The sledge I was about to mention.
Never mind.
Is now dead, and a lot of kills going through here. A C4 managing to find a trade, so the kills, the numbers still in favor, and even more so in favor of Turks LFO as a fast round happening. Guturo with a triple kill. Framework trying to pull it back with a double kill. Has to do it all. Has to find the ace here in round number 4. Otherwise, Turks LFO are guaranteed a win of the first half. And as things start to slow down, I was about to mention the sledge, a little bit of an interesting pickup here as they are attacking this top floor. So the sledge, maybe not the most impact here. You don't see the castle on the other side, just the Azami. So a little bit of an interesting pick, and you don't even get to use the gun, the beautiful L8. That is a fantastic weapon to use. Doesn't even get a single bullet off here in this round, as they did go down first, but Framework trying to come up these stairs here. A lot of holes to try and deal with, a lot of angles that they can be shot from, as Framework not quite going to go down yet.
Trying to approach it from the anti-harvester is not going to really happen. He has to take the control of the diffuser. 1v3 situation. Was able to get a triple kill for him, so probably an ace clutch incoming for sure if he's able to get it. But I said it early, Caster's curses, definitely. But I want to point it out here, boys. I want to point it out. For the side of Valor Esports, I feel like they just need to wait for a couple of seconds. They know for a fact that every time in another, I would say, chance that the side of TF4 are just like coming in their way. They're just being over aggressive. I would say for the side of Valor Esports, they just need to wait for that small window opportunity where they can actually suppress and be on that man advantage. But there you go, tactical timer being taken, and definitely need to take this tactical timer, very much needed for the side of Valor. I mean, 4-0, you only have one map to kind of like suppress your opponent and get above in the entire standing. So definitely a needed one, trying to just recollect the entire thoughts. Like, what was that exactly point being mistaken from their side? They have to be very clear of the fact that yes, if Framework is able to get 4x4, yes, if there's going to be Dunson playing on that flex Laporte, we have to get in those round victory on our side as soon as we can, because it's already round number 5 now.
Yeah, and I just want to note Guturo on 10 kills already through 4 rounds, has the same number of kills as the entire enemy team combined, and has only died twice. I think what it comes down to, Valor Esports, they need to get more information. They need to figure out exactly where these extended players are on the map. They need to find exactly where these guns are. They need to use utility effectively, root them out, try and get them back to site at the very least. If not, create a pinch, create an advantageous gunfight, and try and take them down. So far, has not worked, as it looks like we have a player that has left the lobby, and it looks like we might be going to a rehost, as all of the players have left the lobby. And sometimes it just happens in Siege where something happens. Something happens, you have to restart your game to get it to fix, and sometimes that doesn't even fix it. And unfortunate circumstance that can happen in this game, but hopefully we can get everybody back in the lobby, get everything sorted and situated pretty quickly, and get back into it very fast. Now, Bullet, I was going over what I think has been going wrong for Valor Esports, what I think that they have lacked, and that is information. What do you think that Valor Esports can do to try and claw their way back into this map? Because It is a best of one. You have one chance. If the other team catches you off guard, you have to adapt so quickly. Anything can happen in a best of one. And Border is historically an attacker favored map. It favors aggression and it favors
Definitely, yeah.
the dictation of pace. What do you think Valor Esports can do to try and claw their way back into this one?
You just said it, aggression. It's the aggression and the pacing of the entire situation which is not falling right for the side of Valor Esports. Yes, they are able to get those trade rights. Yes, they're able to kind of like find everybody from when it comes down to the entire intel and the information play. Yes, they're able to find out that small bits of information where the entire play and the rumors are trying to find themselves, whether it's the second floor terrace, whether it's the bottom floor. They're able to slowly and steadily approach it, but it's down to that just one last guy, or maybe that having that manpower advantage, that they are able to just wipe off the entire side of Valor Esports in a matter of like 3 or 4 seconds. So I definitely feel for a fact that Valor Esports needs to take a breather. I mean, this rehost can definitely provide that breathing space for the side of Valor Esports to just kind of like rethink the entire strategy of what they're doing exactly wrong against the side of Turks LFO. But also for a fact that Turks are being super aggressive when it comes down to Renault, it comes down to that information play, when it comes down to a C4. Maybe just Valor Esports can just play on that, two of the guys can just play on that little bit of that drone and the flexible support play. Just like let other 3 guys or 2 guys walk out and just clear the room one by one and try to take the entire control of the map. Maybe just going for that play by play textbook play for their side. Maybe these things can work out for the entire strategies for the side of Valor Esports. But you also just cannot deny for the fact that Turks LFO are just being very, very mechanically gifted players. The way how their shots are landing, the way you just pointed out, Cutro are just dropping bodies on the floor like anything. So a few of these players from the side of Turks LFO are being just absolutely monster when it comes down to just gunning down players from the side of Valor Esports. But I definitely feel like if the side of Valor Esports take a breather, just wait for that couple of run-outs, wait for that couple of that over aggressive play from the side of Turks LFO, maybe they can seize that opportunity to break the curse right now happening at the side of Border. 4-0 is I would say 4 is not a bad score when it comes down to making the entire comeback play from your side, because you still have your defensive route getting played on a map like Border. But again, Mira getting banned, a couple of good utility operator getting banned from both sides is something that Valor Esports now to think kind of like in a out of a box kind of strategy, because it's their defensive rounds coming very soon.
And we're just going to head to a very short break, just a couple of minutes. We will be right back.
I must have went blind tonight, cause I swear that you out of sight. Man, I'm so up, I could be a pilot, and I just hope trying to catch a flight. So let me get the digits, I call right now if you with it. I seen 1,000 pretty girls in this room, $1 and I've been looking for you. I've been searching, it's so hard to find a girl who's one of a kind. Just being alone just isn't cool. I'll take 1,000 trips around the world just so I could find you, girl. Cause darling, I've been looking for you. Yeah, I'm looking for you. For you. I'm looking for you. For you. Let's get it now. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Be a pilot, we could be a pilot. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Beat. Let's get it now.
Welcome back, everybody. We got the rehost all sorted out and situated away, And
Yeah.
looks like
Yep.
we are solid and ready to
Yes.
go in the game.
Hmm. Yeah, definitely. I mean, a couple of hiccups here and there. It's pretty normal. But folks, we got everything ready and done, and we'll be jumping into the game straight for sure. But again, man, it's a 4-0 when it comes down for the entire round score. Valor Esports needs to think kind of like some out of the box strategy, and not really something out of the box strategy. They just really need to win gunfights in the end. Where there's like a potential 2v1 or 2v3 kind of like a face off going on in their favor. So they just need those potential end round scores coming up for their sides. But for now, well, esports will be attacking for the next couple of rounds. They have just two of the rounds left, and they will be defending for the last stages of the match. But right now, Turks are looking pretty confident. Erebos looking very confident when it comes on to approaching those gunfights, initiating aggressive gunfights, I would say. So they're just being way do good in terms of the overall
Yep,
momentum play.
and just want to mention apologies to both of these squads. The logos at the top did get swapped around a little bit during that rehost. Again, we mentioned there were a couple of hiccups. It's not a siege match if there aren't a little bit of turmoil. But I mean, speaking of aggression, we see an Amaru and a Blitz on the side of Valor Esports. This is the epitome of aggression. They're looking to go up those hatches, and right away, though, the Sens goes down. That is one of the key operators that you want for this execute, as Chi-Chi able to pick up a kill, but Guttural continuing the manslaughter coming through, but the Amaru comes through and takes down Guttural as kills going back and forth. We've seen this before in a 2v2 situation. Valor Esports and Turks LFO. Every single time Turks have come out on top, but this time man advantage in favor of Valor Esports. 2-1 is the advantage. It's all going to be left up to the Ella dropping down the hatch. Are they ready? No, they are not, as Nono Meister able to pick up some kills. And before we went to that rehost, Nono Meister was on 0 kills. So the fact that they came up huge in this round to pick up a multi-kill and get the first round on the board for Valor Esports is absolutely massive for the longevity of this map.
I mean, I was kind of like doubting the entire Amaru and Demos pick, and Amaru has definitely paved the way for this round victory. I mean, supremely well done. I gotta point it out for the information play coming up from the side of Turks. They didn't reinforce the other hatch, and they definitely knew for a fact that they will be going in for the plant, dropping down the hatch and going in for the plant at the server corner spot, just below towards the main hallway, main door entrance. So that was a really, I would say, on point kind of like a gameplay coming up from the side of Turks, the last man standing from the side of Turks. And they are just, kind of like well knit made. They knew the information, their game sense is pretty top notch, and they're just able to act and perform very well to it. Right now, again, just one last round remaining for the side of Valor Esports for the attack. Maybe they can do it. Definitely a 2-4, kind of like a score line that they need right now in terms of getting that momentum shift on their side. But finally, the curse getting broken, which was very much needed for the side of Valor Esports to just remain alive in this entire map of border. Again, like we've discussed earlier, a couple of changes in there for the side of border. Border is kind of like 60-40, I would say, in that ratio, attacker sided. But still, for the side of defense, if you have those shallow roamers doing your job pretty well, it can be defensive.
Yeah, we see a lot more aggression here out of Valor Esports. We see the Ying, we see the Grim, the Ash, as well as that Blitz. So should be expecting the same kind of level of aggression as that previous round. Not going to have that equalizer that they had last round of the Amaru to just jump in the window with the shotgun, as Guttural still able to find this first blood, but the diffuser, it's going down in the smoke. The Grim Bees are out. Grim getting it down, and it looks like it will actually go down. 40 seconds on the clock. Nono Meister able to pick up another kill yet again in the last 2 rounds, going absolutely huge, but Guttural is the match that Nono Meister faces here, as Gutaro going to give the man advantage in favor of Turks LFO, but Bodov taking down Framework makes this all but over, but a jump out for the side of Turks LFO, not well advised, but Salim cleans it up as Dennis goes down and the round does as well. Turks LFO going to take this first half with a massive advantage, 5-1 going into their attacking side.
A very quick change of momentum play that we see. We did saw the side of Valor Esports having that aggression, falling every green box takes in their side and then going for the plan. That was a very well knit kind of like a play coming from the side of Valor Esports. But overall, it was the side of Turk to play on that close span scenario pretty well. They did got, again, overall, kind of like a gunfight potential when it comes down from the side of Turks LFO. From the side of Turks LFO is pretty great, if you ask me honestly. It's that one very fine thin line of who's gonna win that gunfight. That is falling very very well favored for the side of Turks LFO, and it's kind of like they're having that confidence, they're having that skill, and they have that mastered that skill of just peeking here and there and getting those headshots right. But right now, Valor Esports being in the side of defense, we do see a couple of rotation, a huge site expansion, I would say. Fountain is open. We do see the 90 hallway, a huge rotation over there. So yes, there's going to be a lot of that empty spaces in between from the side of Turks LFO to just take control of it. But interesting picks when it comes down from the attacker. We do see Flores coming in. We do see Nomad, not surprising enough. We do need Nomad's air jab to take control of the second floor entry when it comes down from the archive side. So let's see what kind of approach we do see from the side of Turks LFO. Right now we do see them droning a lot on towards the side of the 90 hallway. We do see them droning a lot on towards the north balcony.
Yeah, I really like this Flores pick from the side of Turks LFO. There's so many things to actually destroy with them. You have the Azami barricades, you have the castle, you have the Goyo as well. So a lot of things you can actually get with these Flores drones, as the Montaigne actually going to work their way up on this balcony, get a lot of information here, as Nono Meister has to go huge here in this round yet again to try and get anything out of this. They're stuck in a completely isolated spot. They have to get as many kills as they possibly can, and they will eventually go down. It is not a question. Eventually, they have to die for Turks LFO to get through this area. And so it's going to come down to how many can you actually get. The C4 not going to connect with anything, as so much pressure being directed towards this player, as not a single player goes down. Nono Meister going to fall and not going to do anything but waste time. A minute left, still plenty on the clock for this execute here, as Framework actually going to peek out here, going to send some shots down range, but not quite able to connect with anything significant, as the Montaigne just going to give all of this information. But the stall game has been working so far for the side of Valor Esports.
Yeah, definitely falling right. 50 seconds left on the clock. To's going to take down the side of Framework. A lot of Legion mines getting in the way. Monty did point out a few of them. But right now we do see Turks having a good control. But as I speak, Turks gets one more. That's going to be Shishi to take down the side of Bodov in a 2v4 standoff now. A lot of these players are still kind of hung up on towards the fountain area, fountain room, and they gotta take them one by one. Turser goes in for a triple. Last man standing in the 90 hallway. It's gonna be Azami just having that pixel HP, probably get one, but in that collateral, Salim will be able to take down the last man out. Overall, a very well, I would say, defensive strategy being laid out from the side of Valor Esports. They were able to stall out the side of Turks LFO for a very long period, and especially the Mute was being the entire captain of the ship of the defense, that he is the main guy to stop all of the possible scenarios getting in play from the side of Turks LFO. But as soon as the guy went out, as soon as the second fountain guy went down, the entire play of Turks kind of fall in pretty well. for their side. And now it's a 6-1 match point coming up for the side of Turks LFO. Just one round being won from the side of Valor Esports kind of says a lot. Again, the same thing which I said when I looked at the standings of the overall stage right now for this Voltage League Season 5 tournament. The Turks LF4 are having that firepower, are having that sheer coordination, that they are able to perform pretty well again against every other team that they have went to match up with.
Yeah, I think that defense really just came down to the spot that Nono was playing in. It had to be at least one kill there, but every single gunfight went in favor of Turks LFO, and Valor Esports, they did a fantastic job of wasting time. They did a fantastic job of stalling out the clock, and they were in prime position to win that round, but they just didn't end up winning any of the gunfights.
Yeah, gunfights is that one thing, but I would say overall, again, Valor Esports are, just able to slowly and steadily crawl all the way to the finish line, but they're just not able to, kind of like finish it first, I would say, honestly, when it comes down to, winning the entire round in their side. There are a couple of interesting picks. We do see No coming in the way. We do see Sledge. I mean, Sledge frag grenades is all you need to, take down some of these utility, right? We do see Goyo pick. We do see the side of Castle. Of course, is going to be the Legion as well. Azami being a very crucial pick, but Framework right now being the first one to take on the side of Thesser. Gutro takes a double. Boy, oh boy, he ain't stopping. It was 11-2 before we went on to the rehost. Now having 5 more in his bag right now. Now in a 3v4 again. As soon as we speak, as soon as we talk about the entire man advantage situation, the cards went down to the favor of Turks because there's someone again. If it's not Gutro, it's Salim. If it's not Salim, it's Boldov. Take back-to-back couple and triple for his team.
Yeah, and Framework was able to get a really nice run out there. No Nomad on the side of Turks LFO meant that it was almost completely free if nobody was watching it. Bodolf able to take down Nono Meister, but like you said, Gutaro just going on an absolute rampage in this map, and looks like he definitely wants a quick one, wants to end the day very fast, but Duskin able to pick up one kill, does get traded, and there it goes. The map is over. Turks LFO on a rampage in this group stage. They will now be on, I believe, 11 points already through 4 games played, and it is single round robin, so they're going to be looking very good for taking that top 2, one of those top 2 places to send themselves straight to the semifinals. They have 3 more matches left to be played, do both of these teams. For Valor Esports, definitely not the showing you would have wanted. You would have wanted to at least send this one to overtime if you were going to lose, to try and get at least 1 point. They are still going to be 3 points over halfway through this group stage, and they're going to need to find a way to pick up some points in their remaining 3 games if they want to make it to the playoffs. And 3 games left to be played, 9 points possible to pick up. There's definitely room for them to make it to the playoffs, but they're going to have to try really hard, and they're going to have to win some of these matches going forward to make it through. But, I mean, what a showing from Turks LFO. It was absolutely fantastic. They showed why they are the best team in the group so far going through after 4 matches played. I do not believe by the end of the day anybody can actually catch them, as I believe the team that was right behind them had 7 points. They were on 8. They pick up the maximum points from this match. And so at the end of the day, they can look forward to still being in that first place spot as we go forward. And they're coming for blood. They want this tournament. They want to be in the best position possible to try and take home the trophy. And yeah, I mean, Bullet, what do you think about this series? What do you think about these 2 teams and their chances of making it through to the playoffs?
I mean, Turks are already doing a pretty good job. I have, no suggestion when it comes down to the side of Turks. They are absolutely, if not falling right for utility play, if they're not falling for the gadget play, they're definitely doing all the boxes right for the side of, just winning those gunfights left, right, and center. But side of Valor Esports, like you said, they have to win a couple of matches. I would say they will have to win every other matchup right now in the stage 3 to qualify for the next stage, to qualify for the playoffs. They have to, kind of like get in that momentum, kind of getting that mindset that you just cannot lose another matchup in Voltage League Season 5. Just having that mentality helps you a lot to conquer a lot when it comes down to that competitiveness of the game. But overall, I would definitely say for the side of Valor Esports, they played good Siege, but they were just having those very unlucky encounters, if you ask me honestly, especially in their own side of attacking runs. Some of these run out, some of these bad timings of I would say some of these guys just peeking left, right, and center from the side of Turks LFO. Some of these timings were just very unlucky for the side of Valor Esports. Apart from that, yes, there needs to be a lot of think and through being done, just going back to the drawing board, going back to what they need to exactly kind of like execute and what they kind of really need to kind of like perform against a team like Turks LFO, if both the teams kind of like qualifies for the playoffs and face them again each other in the playoffs.
Yeah, and I look forward to seeing both of these teams the rest of the way through during the group stage. The Turks LFO going to be the first winner of the day, the first best of one. And I mean, what a showing from them, and definitely looking like the favorites to finish in the top 2, if not the first place in the group stage, and put themselves in a fantastic position in the playoffs. But for now, until our second match of the day, we're going to head to a short break, and we will be right back with the second match.
I must have went blind tonight, cause I swear that you out of sight. Man, I'm so up, I could be a pilot, and I just hope you're trying to catch a flight. So let me get the digits. I call right now if you're with it. I seen 1,000 pretty girls in this room. $1 and I've been looking for you. I've been searching, it's so hard to find a girl who's one of a kind. 'Cause being alone just isn't cool. I'll take 1,000 trips around the world just so I could find you, girl. 'Cause darling, I've been looking for you. Yeah, I'm looking for you. For you. I'm looking for you. For you. Let's get it now. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Be a pilot. Be a pilot. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Beat. Let's get it now.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Voltage League group stage. We have our next match, our second of 4 matches today. We have Team VIP up against NXT. And I mean, I'm excited. Our first map was a little bit of a lengthy one. We had a bit of a pause in the middle, but in the end, Turks LFO came through with a 7-1 victory. Turks LFO in first place so far in our group stage looked absolutely fantastic. Looks like they're going to steamroll their way through to the playoffs, as we need to go and look at the rest of these map bans for these two teams. We have Consulate with Team VIP picking that, I believe, with the Defenders being, I believe that is Team VIP as well, if I am remembering these correctly. In fact, it is, yep, Team VIP starting on defense. So going to be starting with with NXT actually picking the attacker side. A little bit interesting there. Looks like they want to set the pace, get off on the front foot. Bullet, how are you expecting this map to play out?
I'm kind of expecting, this map to actually go very cutthroat, one hand to another. Both of our teams will be, fighting off till the very, very last second and last blood and left out in their veins. Because, last matchup, we did saw kind of like a, I guess, kind of like a steamroll coming up from the side of team TFO. But right now, jumping down to the operative bands, it's going to be the side of teamers. Get banned from the side of Team VIP, who's going to be starting off as defense. It's a very great operator. Just counter out those roamers. Just phase out and try to isolate all of those roamers coming out on a map like Consulate. But the first attacker to get banned from an XC is going to be Blitz.
Yeah, very aggressive operators being banned out here. So a little bit interesting. Consulate is definitely a map where you need to be able to clear out those roamers. Blitz and Deimos both can be utilized fairly effectively in finding those roamers, or in fact completely skipping the roamers. And for the side of Blitz, Kaid going to be the next ban. Makes a lot of sense. There are so many hatches on this map that can be very annoying to deal with if they are indeed opened up. So Kaid, definitely a good ban here for this map for the side of NXT. Rounding out the bans, it is going to be Azami. Azami can create so many different sightlines, especially on the basement, on that second floor. Lots of different angles that you might not be ready for. Might just be a little bit too hard to deal with. So gonna get rid of that is Team VIP, as they are starting on the defense. So not gonna have the option of picking that, but they are going to have the castle. They are going to have the Goyo and the smoke for this second floor bomb site.
Right now, again, like I told you, man, I want this match to go kind of like a cutthroat. Both teams just kind of fight off till the end. Talking about the side of both teams having those standings, NXT is at the right now number 2, being in the overall, having 7 points, having that overall score difference of 21-15, which is a very decent one. But talking about the side of Team VIP, right now they have already won one of the matches that they have played against a team, and having the round score difference of 15-19, which is not very great. So talking about potentials coming up from the side of Team VIP, yes, when it comes down to having set that example and proving that all my that they can actually perform really well and this entire stage 3 and be that team to just surpass kind of like Valor and Multi Gaming in the 6th and 5th standing. I feel like they have the potential to do it, but hoping for the best for the worst team right now. Going in for the first, going for the second floor objective, we do see Grim coming out into the play. We do see the side of Flourish take down the utilities as soon as possible. Plus, especially the Grim having that, Nexi will be able to take down the side of Nexi with that frag grenade. We missed that perspective, but that could have been the kill coming up from the first floor.
Yeah, definitely an interesting kill there. We don't see that too often since the rework of the nades. Must have been a bit of utility thrown in there, or maybe just a really nice bounce, because that nade does start to cook whenever it hits any kind of surface. So maybe some kind of lineup where the nade does indeed bounce. We see another one coming out here, gonna get rid of that castle barricade, so not gonna have to deal with that, as looks like a possible run out through the breach. But no, Ben on NXT going to further the advantage here for the attacking side. Team VIP going down fast and loose, not getting a single point of damage here in this round so far. Team NXT going absolutely crazy through the window. Another kill. It is a 5v1. One kill going in favor of Yogurt. Has to do it all here. Has to do absolutely everything. Diffuser going down here. Needs the ace clutch flashes. Fire, everything in the way of Yogurt. Can Yogurt actually pull through here, or will it spoil? And it will. Penguin with the round closing kill. Early round here in dominant fashion for NXT.
Yeah, Team VIP definitely paved a really good way and set up their defenses, but some of those early picks coming up very well from the side of NXT kind of just shifted out the entire momentum play very shortly into the favor of NXT. But hey, that was just just one round. So I will just stop my devil advocate and being a devil advocate for the entire of the both teams, and just slow my thought process down. Now going in for the garage and the backside side for the side of Team VIP, changing things a little bit. We do see Tubera, we do see Bandit, we do see actually overall 3 anti-hard breach charges, hard breach operators coming up from the side of Team VIP, which is very necessary. As soon as the garage main wall breach opens up, it kind of like takes away your entire objective controls by half. So you gotta getting those operators which can just slow down the entire attacker's assault by a mile. But coming up for the side of NXT, we do see the change of pace coming up with the operators. We do see Flores getting switched off with the Ram, because Ram is very much needed to just swipe up the entire vertical floor and take those control. Buck is getting interchanged. But yeah, it's going to be Twitch and just one of those hard breach charges coming from the side of Thermal. Probably there's a secondary hard breach charge in the pocket of Buck, as well as he has option to equip one. But right now, NXT will be again, first off looking to take those upper four controls and then try to isolate the roamers, and then going in for the plant and site execution. Right now, Fenrir takes a lot of that bluff, that damage coming up from the garage door is on very low HP. It will be better to just kind of like go back to the objective, or just play down to the yellow stairs for now.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, a lot of soft breach coming through here, and I believe Buck actually got those hard breach charges taken away. Was a little bit too powerful, having an operator being able to do both the hard breach as well as the soft breach, but they're just kind of relying on the Twitch being able to take down some of that utility, as well as that vertical play, being able to get rid of the rest of it. Has been picking up another kill here. That's going to be the opening kill here. First blood for the side of NXT. Team VIP losing that mute. Not going to be the worst here for them, as though all of those mute jammers should have been placed down. So all of that utility at the very least going to go down, and should be very nice to actually have on the board up against a Dokkaebi. Just step on top of them. Don't have to worry about the buzz from the phone call, as some aggression coming through here out of Team VIP. Still have some members up on that up on the first floor, I believe, as they did fall off of the top floor. Not losing anybody else as I speak. That though, Sagrana able to pick up a kill on to MX Team. Not exactly sure how to pronounce that, but another sizable lead here for NXT going into this late round, as it looks like another gunfight down at the bottom of Yellow Stairs. Penguin able to win that one out, and it's just absolute destruction here for NXT, as Team VIP find themselves down 3 members with 40 seconds left, as all of this soft destruction actually going to come through here, as the wall going to get opened up. Nothing to actually be able to stop that. It's Runny going to swing it, and Oxy able to pick up the kill, as it's just going to be left to Yogurt yet again. And what just happened? How are these two players side by side? Is Yogurt able to pick up another kill in the 5v1? But again, it is just spoiled by the rest of NXT, as Yogurt has the only kills for the side of Team VIP, and both of them coming as the last man remaining, as the defender against the flawless rounds.
Yeah, I love to see the textbook play coming up from the side of NXT. They know to just isolate one of the players which is playing on the yellow stairs. They did it perfectly. They knew for a fact that they will be. They got the intel that Legion is playing up on the first floor. They went over with two of the operators, just pushing out and trying to isolate the play coming up from the side of Legion. They did it perfectly. So one by one execution, falling, getting all of the green ticks on their side. Again, doing a very, I would say, a very classic, textbook play, which is called in the siege. Just playing the classic siege here and there, getting those kills off, using the drone well perfectly. Right after the side of Team VIP, if you ask me honestly, it might be for a fact that some of these roamers are dying pretty soon. Again, it comes down to the attackers that they're able to drone, they're able to having that intel play getting done right. But I feel for a fact that some of these roamers are actually taking up the responsibility to take and isolate, take and stop and slow down the assault coming up from the attackers. They need to survive a little longer, try to just waste down the time as more as possible. So, attackers can just, be in that chaos that they don't have much time left and they have to, go in for the site execution as soon as possible, Erebus.
Yeah, and we do see quite a bit of drone denial actually being brought out for the side of Team VIP. The Mozzie, one of my favorite operators to play. The Roni can be absolutely devastating if you can manage to line up those headshots. But this does sacrifice quite a bit of ammo. So on this roam, has to be careful, has to make sure that they choose their gunfights very effectively, very intelligently, as one of those Twitch drones actually going to be taken out here. That's going to be absolutely massive to keep up these Goyo canisters. So a pretty decent start here for Team VIP in terms of the utility denial as well as the drone denial. We do have this bottom wall, this garage wall opened up really early on. So they didn't indeed go for that kind of wall denial that they went for last time, as it didn't really matter in Yogurt. The only one that seems to really impact the rounds here for Team VIP, and early advantage here out of Team VIP, and that's 3 players down. I don't know what that player was doing there in garage already, as the roam game has proved to be absolutely instrumental here, and it's quickly into a 5v1, but this time in favor of Team VIP. This round couldn't be as varied from the previous rounds. It's completely different, completely opposite of the way that these rounds have seemingly gone for Team VIP, and they've managed to find the fix. They've managed to find the aggression and the information denial that they were lacking in those previous rounds. C4 going to come out, not going to find anything. Kixie able to pick up 1 kill onto Yogurt. That was the player that's lasted the longest for Team VIP so far in these early rounds. But MX-Teen with the Roni, like I said, if you can manage to find those lineups for the headshots, it can be absolutely devastating. And you see the quick peeks there, finding the headshot, the 1 tap, as Team VIP making a significant bounce back and finding their first round.
Yeah, the kind of like play they needed. Like you said, they're able to find that final piece. And like I just want to add, they're able to find that final piece in the puzzle that they need to mix up to complete the entire puzzle of winning those rounds in their favor. And this is the right kind of mentality, and this is the right kind of like a pacing in the entire game, which you need to kind of, just stop your opponent team from winning rounds back to back. Round number 3, perfectly done for the side of Team VIP. But overall, when you just dissect the entire past, like what exactly went out right for the side of Team VIP was the gunfights. It wasn't the fact that we did saw a couple of C4s bouncing off here and there. It wasn't some of the other utility play like smoke or mute, anything like that. It was just pure gunfights getting up from the side of Team VIP. And for the side of Team NXT, yes, they are able to open up those hard breach walls pretty quickly. Yes, they are able to, maybe enter the map quickly as soon as possible, as soon as they see the chance to. In the last round, Team VIP played it picture perfect.
Yeah, an absolutely fantastic round there out of Team VIP, and it really goes to show the information denial was fantastic. NXT walked in semi-blind and they got caught out with the angles that Team VIP was actually holding. So really like the adaptation there that Team VIP went for. Now we go back to the top floor, and this is a very, very similar lineup, if not the exact same that Team VIP ran in that first round. We saw NXT going for that sort of admin over kind of clear, and it worked wonders for them. They managed to bring it into a 5v1, ended up being a 4-0 in the end as Yogurt was last one remaining. But what are they going to change here? How are they going to move those pieces of utility over to actually deny this admin take? As it looks like that is exactly what they're going for yet again, as we see the Lion scans coming out, going to ping a couple of these members, but a run out from Rooney, able to take down Ben, and Ben has been so instrumental in getting these opening kills. That's going to be your Ash down. That's going to mean that those charges for the Ash launcher are not going to have an impact in this round. Some of those Goyo canisters might indeed make it into the late round if the Flores cannot actually pick it up. But Oxy able to take down Rooney. That is going to be the extended play and the trade after Ben goes down. So it is going to be an even man count. Minute 20 left, but there's a lot of ground to actually cover here. This entire wall of the closet is completely blocked off and is going to seemingly be denied for the rest of this round. So Team VIP is looking to be in a very good situation here, as Thermite going to go down. They were able to get those bandit batteries down with a minute to spare on the clock. Sagrana able to pick up a kill onto Boltan, so that is going to give the man advantage over in favor of NXT as they work to clear out this side of the map. They're going, oh no, didn't quite spot the player. The fire is going to go down. This player coming up spiral might actually mean the death of MX Team. These Grim Bees are going to keep this player locked in this corner behind the pieces of... Oxy able to pick up the kill, and Sagrana able to pick up another kill as well. The vending machine's not quite able to be as indestructible as they originally seemed, and in a flurry of kills, in a flurry of seconds, NXT managed to pick up their third round and managed to get an advantage here on this attacking side, and they will at the very least end this half at an even scoreline at the worst case scenario.
Really, really good play. I mean, for the side of NXT, that was like a definitely explosive kind of like a strategy coming up from the side of NXT. A couple of mistakes from the side of Team VIP here and there, and they will definitely figure out at later stages of the round. But I feel like NXT again doing the same textbook play one by one. They knew for the fact that there's nobody on the visa. Let's take control of the visa. There's nobody. There was actually like two of the operators playing on the bottom floor. They was able to isolate them and eliminate them as quickly as possible, just playing that textbook siege that you need to play. But at this point of time, especially that the instant that we were both surprised upon to that double rotation hallway, that was like something where I felt like Team VIP might kind of reverse sweep the entire play from side of NXT. But yeah, maybe just a little bit unlucky, I would say, for the side of Team VIP. Now, in the last few rounds of defense for the side of Team VIP, they definitely need to get these rounds out. Maybe just equalize this to 3-3, maybe, and just restart it, kind of like a refresh it before they go on to their attacking rounds.
Yeah, I think if Team VIP can indeed equalize this to a 3-3 half, they will definitely be ecstatic with the way that this map has started. NXT, albeit 3-3 is a very good half on attack. This map is pretty evenly favored between the two sides, but NXT starting out 2-0 definitely will want to find an advantage going into their defending side, as round starting off fairly slowly, not any runouts or jump outs quite yet, as it looks like the roam is indeed happening. We see a couple of those members of Team VIP on that bottom floor. NXT definitely going to have to root them out, as a late flank up the spiral stairs or up yellow could definitely prove detrimental if it does indeed happen. But Ben, yet again, another first kill, an opening kill for the side of NXT has only gone in favor of Team VIP once, and they did indeed lose, and that was the previous round where Ben has gone down 3-1 in those opening kills. Is Ben, as the diffuser, going to go down, but the Goyo canister going to get popped by no kills, going back and forth in favor of Team VIP so far, and the diffuser has been stopped. So this is definitely a massive advantage here for Team VIP, but Ben with the double kill with the equalizer, but up the yellow stairs. No, is it going to go wrong? Not quite just yet, as it looks like the player did indeed stop going up as Ben able to find Yogurt. No, Rooney, the one that could have equalized everything and given them an advantage, indeed stops going up the yellow stairs and goes down into piano. Gets hit by the air jab, not going to get punished right away. The diffuser is going to go down. Rooney has to retake this 1v2 with the worst gun in the game. Can he do it with the UMP? Not quite sure exactly where this player is over at the vending machines, and they are going to go down. Oxy picks up the final kill of the round, and the first half is going to go in favor of NXT with 1 round left to play, with the chance of making it even tougher for Team VIP. They take an even stauncher lead 4-1.
I mean, I just have one question, Airbus. We did saw Castle. But hey, I'm not being the expert analyst, the best analyst in the entire siege. But why there's no pulse from the side of Team VIP? I mean, that entire floor is permeable. That entire floor is breakable. I felt for a second that if you're playing a castle, which is of course very much needed when it comes down to the upper side objective for Consulate, but I feel for a second that maybe Pulse pick could have been a wise pick, because there's been so many aggressive stances coming up from the side of NXT where you do need C4s and Nitros to kind of like stop the entire push and of course stop the plant from going down as soon as possible. Just a random, like a very random, thought process which came into the mind. Like when I did Castle, I mean, yeah, you can also play Pulse at this kind of like a side play. But right now, again, 4-1 is the score line. Last one round for the side of Team VIP. Not really looking very great for the side of Team VIP. I would say the aggression is the key over here for the side of NXT Erebos, to be honestly speaking. They are just able to just pick up everybody left, right, and center. We do see a couple of kills coming up from the side of Team VIP where they are able to actually slow down the entire push, but they are just not able to just finish off in the end, just like what we saw in the last matchup, honestly. Now we have a clash. Amazing. We do have a Mira. We didn't have Mira up till now at the bottom for objective. Now we have a Mira, so that's a smart play coming up to the very last stages of the game from the side of Team VIP.
Yeah, and we're back on the basement. It has been unlocked for this last and final round of the first half, and it's a little bit interesting. Team VIP won their last basement defense pretty handedly. They had a significant advantage, 5-1, ended up being 4-0 in the end, but to change it up this significantly from that last time around is definitely an interesting one, and Yogurt able to pick up this first blood of the round. Definitely, Yogurt has been one of the players on Team VIP to have the most impact in these rounds and able to show it right here and right now. And I mean, honestly, it's a little bit of a slower round here out of NXT. They managed to get the wall open, albeit probably not the opening that they actually wanted because of that mute jammer blocking off the majority of that wall. We are going to see that mute jammer get shot out. Beautiful observing work there to actually manage to catch that, as we're going to have the Dokebi call come out. There are a bunch of mute jammers spilled about, and we see that the Mira sitting on a mute jammer, not going to have the buzz of the Dokebi call. Does not want to actually get the spam calls from the scammer that is Dokebi. As we tick down under a minute left, Yogurt with a fantastic shot, and the C4 not quite able to connect. In fact, a little bit confused there as how that did 0 damage up to that top floor, as gonna come down to the wire here. Dokebi going to call out yet again and going to get absolutely eviscerated off of that angle. The clash going to try to be dealt with here. The Goyo canister is going to get popped. fire all around, bullets coming by the face as Verko able to pick up that kill. It's all going to be left up to the Ram, up to Penguin to find this round. 18 seconds left. This is going to be an absolute miracle if you are able to pick up this round as a 1 speed. You're not even going to be able to get to the bomb site in time to find all of these kills. You have a clash in your face, the gun out, Boltan picking up the final kill, and we are not going to go 5-1. Team VIP is going to pick up the last round of the first half and take this 4-2, but still in favor of NXT.
Great to see. Great to see a scoreline like this. Team VIP kind of like slowing down the entire momentum push coming off from the side of NXT, and a great textbook play from the side of Team VIP as well. They're able to connect some C4. They're able to just stop off the entire push coming off from the side of Team NXT. Especially that clash pick kind of helped a lot. Honestly, if you see up onto the last round, it helped down to. It didn't help really to actually just slow down the push coming up from side of Yellow, because we did saw a couple of kills coming up from side of NXT, just one to be exactly speaking of. But it kind of helped the entire team to just slow down the push coming in from the garage. The garage angles were secured, the Yellow stairs push was secure, and Team NXT didn't think of any other way to approach the basement bomb site, and they fell off slowly and steadily, coming off with the gunfights from the side of Team VIP. So overall, a really good play again to slow down the entire momentum play coming off from the side of NXT. But again, they have still a long way to go, because this is just a one map matchup. This is a best of one matchup that we're seeing right now. So 4-2 is the scoreline. As now they're in the attack, they have to kind of like play on the same strategy of what NXT was able to do in their attacking round. Get those kills very much quickly, get those side controls as soon as possible, get in those map controls as soon as possible, and just get those round victory unless you are able to do a 4-4 scoreline. If not, I see this ending up very quickly, honestly speaking, Harbos. No disrespect to the side of VIP, but I see this ending up very quickly if Team VIP is not able to do it 4-3 or 4-4 in their side now.
Yeah, the advantage definitely in favor of NXT here, and you would expect them as the higher on the seed to actually close this out, and they managed to pick up first blood. Yogurt going down really early on, and Yogurt was one of the members for the side of Team VIP that managed to stay alive, managed to pick up a significant amount of kills in that first half, and had a lot of impact. But going down early, not going to have that buck, which means a lot of that soft destruction not actually going to come through here for Team VIP. So they're going to have to pivot. They're going to have to move away from sort of that vertical play from underneath that they were initially going for. But Boltan able to pick up a kill here, going to even this one up to 4-4 in the man count. So they are going to have at least a better time here in the number count, but Boltan going to be taking a significant amount of damage. So walking on borrowed time is that Sens, and you're going to need that Sens, because if you bring a Sens, you want to use it for the execute. You want it to block off all of those sight lines so that you can push up, maybe get that diffuser down, especially on this particular bomb site. You usually send the Sens in towards that office area, and you block up a lot of those angles, tuck up against that indestructible wall, have a player with a gun up to try and shoot out any C4. But Sagrana going to take down Verko, so that is going to bring the man advantage back in favor of NXT. Going to see that ROU come out, going to block off these sight lines from that vending machine area. So it is going to be a little bit easier to come up and clear this area, but like I said before, Boltan, one bullet, one tick of that flame will actually lead to the death of the Sens. So no more RUs after that, with 3 left in pocket. They're going to drone out that vending machine area as Rooney goes down. Ben able to pick up a kill. Boltan goes down as well. And it's going to be a defender round win. NXT picks up another, and they're going to be one round away from match point.
I mean, again, love to see the kind of like a retaliation when we saw the sign of Team VIP actually able to take up the second floor, control to their side pretty well when it were able to take out to the anti-hallway, and especially love to see how they have utilized the side of Sense. I mean, till date we haven't seen the utility of Sense utilized so much pretty well from tier 1 competitive team. So that was really good to see from the side of NXT to kind of utilizing his semi-permeable walls pretty well. But again, it comes down to the side that yes, they still have the advantage. Yes, they are able to eliminate the bigger chunk of the players when it comes down to that 1v1 engagements. So overall, Team VIP needs to kind of like again the same thing which happened in the last member. They'll find something extraordinary at this point of time. They were able to actually get onto that visa control pretty good. They were able to get onto that waiting room control as well. But as soon as they did saw one of the players, that was probably the side of Kitty, or maybe that was Amdoff Oryx or so, who's now playing as Bandit, coming up from the side of stairs, and he was able to pick off one. Everybody just felt off like a deck of cards one by one. So they need to kind of like re-strategize themselves, maybe take a tactical timeout if possible. Needs to do something at this point of time because it's 5-2 and round number 8 already.
Yeah, and like you said, last round, it seemed like they were just playing a little bit too aggressive without the amount of information that they needed, and a little bit of a slower start here for the side of Team VIP. Hopefully they can get the information needed to actually peel apart this defense. As, oh, what a spot here for Team VIP. The Valkyrie spotted over here towards admin. Flash is going to come out. We're going to have the jump in, but no, Yoder goes down. They weren't ready for the Valkyrie to be there. They weren't ready for the aggression from the side of NXT, as Ben has been an absolute nuisance for Team VIP to actually try and clear out. C4 going to come out. Not really going to find anything. Has to take a heads-up gunfight here. The reload going to come through. It is going to be her, but no, able to find the kill through the flashbang. Does go down in the end, but Sagrana with the C4 able to take down another. They are swarming like bees around the person that just kicked their nest. As Verko able to pick up one kill, but it is still going to be a 3v2 with a lot of damage onto Verko. Going to be walking dead, as Verko, just one tick of any kind of utility, bullet, whatever it may be, will go down. Still have, I'm not sure if those two C4s were actually in the pocket of either of the Fenrir, but I know that Ben at least did throw out one of those C4s, 2 C4s left on the board, maybe just one if one of them was on Kixie, as one of those C4s going to come out, not quite able to find anything. So Verko should be fine to take heads-up gunfights here. Has to win those with one bullet and not taking any damage here, as they're both going to go down towards the biome of Spiral Stairs. You have a player here to your left, as a lot of damage going to come through onto Boltan. Both of them are one bullet apiece. Any piece of damage coming through here, as Penguin and Oxy going to team up here. One of them is going to go down. Boltan is as good as dead, and the finish going to come through for the side of NXT. Both of the players winning the gunfights, and we are now on to match point 6-2 in favor of NXT.
Yeah, pretty well knit round coming out from the side of NXT. I mean, up till the main engagement, you pointed out very rightly, they didn't use their C4s even. Every other round is just like coming up with those mechanical skills, coming up with a result of those mechanical skills one after another. A very good a good play coming out from the side of NXT. But for the overall terms, again, for the side of Team VIP, I feel like they are just not able to recalculate of what's going wrong. Yes, they're able to play it. Yes, they're able to stop the entire the different strategies coming up from the side of NXT. But I feel for a second that they are just not able to just catch the entire strat play coming up from the side of Team NXT. Honestly, at this point of time, they are just feeling the heat of NXT, and I know every other round going in at their opponent's team favor. They are just, I feel like, being a little bit, not in that, confidence play that they might be able to, just reverse sweep this entire play, making it to 6-6, then pushing it forward time. It feels kind of impossible right now.
Yeah, definitely a tall ask for the side of Team VIP, as they are going to bring out the Flores as well as the Twitch. Never mind, the Twitch goes down. Ben with another first blood for the side of NXT. Verco able to pick one equalizer up to Penguin and takes down Ben. They weren't quite ready for the level of aggression coming out of Team VIP as a player already up onto this top floor. Absolute. I mean, how is the Dokebi the one that makes it to that position as NXT able to get another
Nice
kill?
one.
Oxy wants to make sure that they do not go quietly in this round. Makes it a 3v2, still a man disadvantage here for the side of NXT, but making it a little bit more doable. Verco, a lot of damage done. Oxy on the other side, a lot of damage done as well. So Sagrana with that Vector definitely going to have to try and chew up these players on the side of Team VIP. And I mean, you couldn't ask for a better gun to do so with. This Vector can absolutely annihilate people in the right hands. And it's, I mean, honestly, Sagrana with 9 kills and only 3 deaths, only rivaling is Oxy, and both of these players are up on the table. But no, a whip from Oxy as Verco spins around, picks up the triple kill, and that was the lowest health player on the side of Team VIP. It has to be a 1v3 here for Sagrana. Has this mirror window to play around, has the audio knows that a player is coming around towards this side, but the top-down angles might actually be the death of Sagrana, as there is a player lurking above, has the information of exactly where Sagrana is, not quite able to land those shots. C4 going to come out, not quite able to find anything as Yogurt takes down Sagrana as a round win goes in favor of Team VIP as they start their journey, their tough journey on their way back into this map to try and send it to overtime.
I mean, at this point of time, it was the result of an over-aggression. Team VIP knew for the fact that they just need to wait it out. Just let the cats come out of the bag, and they can just do what they just want to do to put them back in the cages. And they did, very perfectly for the side of Team VIP. They pulled it off that round very perfectly. But again, like I said, they have the round advantage, Erebos. They just need to keep doing this for the next couple of rounds. To be exact, for the next 3 rounds, they actually made it to overtime, made it to 6-6, and then push it to the map overtime, which feels really, really hard to do so at this point of time because, hey, NXT can give you 1 round. NXT can actually lose out 2 rounds, but 3 rounds back-to-back, I feel like this is, again, the same word I would say. It feels a little bit impossible. It feels a little bit impossible until unless Team VIP is just able to momentarily shift the huge fight in their favor, winning back-to-back rounds and pushing it to overtime and then winning 1 more and then kind of like reverse sweeping the entire play. Like I said, it's near to impossible, but I don't want to say that it's almost impossible because we do see the couple of efforts coming up slowly and steadily from the side of Team VIP, whether it's the C4 plays, whether it's 2 of the operators being heavily utilized, whether it's like operator like Dokebi and someone else. So overall, a great pick to just recalculate themselves and try to stay alive in this matchup. But it also comes down to the fact that we did saw the side of Duen and we did saw the side of Penguin going down very early, which have been the hero players from the side of NXT.
Yeah, and I just want to point out before we get a little bit too excited about Team VIP's chances, that was NXT's tertiary bomb site. That is the one that they want to play the least amongst the 3 that they will play. So we're going back to their starting defensive bomb site, which they won fairly handedly. They managed to stall out quite decently and managed to take the round off of Team VIP as another slow round coming through. But as I say that, Rooney able to pick up a kill onto Oxy. That is player that is at the top of the leaderboard, but Ben, yet again, managing to find 1. Ben has been good for at least 1 in every single round. 9 kills now, equaling out to 1 kill a round. Or almost 1 kill around. Is Sagrana able to pick up Yogurt? And that's going to be man advantage here for the side of NXT. 2 players going down for the side of Team VIP, and including Yogurt, one of the best performing players on that side. Still have the Blackbeard in play here. Still can make anything happen, but not the best of guns for the side of Team VIP. Whereas on the side of Team NXT, you have the MP7 for the Fenrir, you have the Vector on the Goyo, you have the T7 on the Legion, and you have a shotgun to deal with any potential late round hiccups. as I would say. As Rooney, though, able to find a kill, but does get traded. Sagrana able to find that one out. Benrir does indeed go down. But Verko going down to about 50% HP. Has everything to do here in about 50 seconds left. MX Team and Verko very separated here as they do manage to come back together, find each other, and maybe, just maybe, but no, the punch hole able to find the headshot onto Verko. Verko was looking for those kind of cheeky angles, but a cheeky angle is what he found in return as Penguin with the shotgun finds the final kill of this map, of this series, as NXT in second place on the scoreboard, on the leaderboard, able to match that of which Turks LFO showed us in their series at the beginning of today, as both of them are racing each other towards securing those first two spots. And I mean, what a series between these two teams. It looked like it was going to be an NXT stomp early on, but Team VIP definitely put on a good showing. And I mean, they definitely played a good map, but NXT today were just better.
Yeah, definitely. For the side of Team VIP, they were able to, play really good rounds of siege when it comes down to the, securing those 3 rounds. But I feel like they were able to actually just, recalculate and adapt to the entire scenarios coming up from the side of NXT. But it happened pretty late. It happened when the, airplane has already left on the tarmac. So I would say for the side of NXT, yes, they are definitely, like you say, very beautifully, man. NXT and Turks are just chasing down to that, playoffs race that they just want to, secure off their spot for the next stage. But for a side of a lot of these teams like Valor, Wild Multigaming, Team VIP, even I would say Divoli for a second, they kind of like need to win out every other game that they are going to face off in this particular stage. I feel like a couple of games are still left. But overall, NXT played the entire rounds, the entire matchup with a really textbook play. If they are attacking, they know for a fact that 2 of the players are roaming up on this second floor. We do want to isolate them. We need operators like from the side of Team VIP that didn't come up in a lot of the rounds. So that was a 7-3 scoreline favoring the side of NXT on the map of Consulate. Now, again, Consulate after rework has been a very balanced map, if you ask me honestly, but some of the sites, like especially up on the second floor, it's very defensive oriented. Attacking oriented, if you ask me honestly. There's way too many angles a defensive side cannot take care of. So even though on the second floor objectives, if as a team like Team VIP is not able to secure off rounds in their side, I feel like they need to again go back to the drawing board and rethink the entire strats coming up for their later matches in the Voltage League Season 5 Stage 3 games.
Yeah, and this win for NXT will put them on 10 points, just 1 point behind Turks LFO. And all the games today will be the 4th match for these teams. So there's a bit of a car pile up towards the bottom of our standings with a bunch of teams still on 3 points. And our next matchup is going to be Psychopatas up against Year of the Snake. Year of the Snake is the only team on 0 points. They have 3 losses, whereas Psychopatas, just behind NXT, is looking to try and guarantee their way into the playoffs with a win, whereas Year of the Snake is really trying to claw their way back into a chance into the playoffs. So our next matchup is going to be very interesting and is definitely going to be crucial for both of these teams to try and make their way into the playoffs. And for these 2 teams, Team VIP, they're on 3 points still, and it's pretty much a 4-way battle for the last 2 spots, the 5th and 6th places for these standings. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see exactly where Team VIP goes, and it's going to be interesting to see if NXT can continue their good form and keep their 2nd place in the standings. But until then, we will be right back with our next match after this short break.
I must have went blind tonight, cause I swear that you out of sight. Man, I'm so up, I could be a pilot, and I just hope you're trying to catch a flight. So let me get the digits. I call right now if you with it. I seen 1,000 pretty girls in this room. $1 and I've been looking for you. I've been searching, it's so hard to find a girl who's one of a kind. 'Cause being alone just isn't cool. I'll take 1,000 trips around the world just so I could find you, girl. 'Cause darling, I've been looking for you. Yeah, I'm looking for you. For you. I'm looking for you. For you. Let's get it now. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Be a pilot. We could be a pilot. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Beat. Let's get it now.
Welcome back, everybody, to the group stage. We have our next match on the docket. We have Year of the Snake and Sicko Patas up on the board. Both of these teams needing these points so badly. Sicko Patas to help them secure a place in the group in the playoffs rather, and Year of the Snake looking to get their first points on the board for the group stage, and they need it desperately to try and stay in the running for one of those final spots to go into the group stage or into the playoffs rather. And I mean, we still have a lot of matches to be played. 4 matches for both of these teams, including today. If we can just take a look at the team stats here, and this is what it shows for both of these squads. Al Red with a 1.89 average rating, doing absolutely fantastic. Marat with a 2.17 KD, definitely the top fragger for this squad. Definitely looking for that player to really step up and make their way through and try and secure a win in this map. And if we see them kind of struggling a little bit, then Alred's going to be the next player up. But I mean, seeing both Devils and Shoes with low KDs, low ratings, definitely don't want to see Marats and Alred both struggle today. Otherwise, it's going to be looking pretty decent for Year of the Snake to try and pull off the upset as we go and look at some of their stats to try and see what we're looking at for Year of the Snake.
Yeah. Well, for the side of Year of the Snake, talking about Sam Mitchell, Cardew, Devrol, Britain, Kevin, everybody looks very well made. But I feel for a second that yes, we have the wrong team stats and team names. It's all fine, folks. Small hiccups here and there. But talking about the overall standings, yes, I mean, for the side of Year of the Snake, they really badly need this victory. I mean, not just this one. I would say the couple of the next games that they have right now, they're at the bottom of the standings, at the bottom of the food chain, which is not looking very good. They are at 0 points, so they extremely and very needfully needs to clutch on to this victory against the side of Silcopath, which is definitely not going to be easy. Definitely not going to be like a walk in the park, because it is a number 3 place team. They have performed pretty well against a lot of these teams that they have fought off against. So I feel for a second that yes, Skilputas can actually, don't get me wrong, no disrespect to the side of Fear of the Snake, but I feel for a second that Skilkopatas can actually maybe kind of like defeat the side of Fear of the Snake in a steamroll way, with a 7-2, 7-4 score line, just because of how we are seeing these stats on paper. But again, you just can also underestimate the Ear of the Snake just because of the stats. They can actually perform pretty well and pretty surprisingly well, honestly, in a matchup like this. Of course, we'll talk about the map as well. I guess the bans are already done, and we will see what other maps they're gonna play.
Yeah, just speaking on Year of the Snake, they did end up. Let me just double check here. They have not played NXT or Divoli or Valor Esports. So they have played one of the top dogs so far in the standings. They have had to go up against the first place team in the standings. They have had to play Turks, LFO, but they have played a couple of these teams that they are right next to on the bottom of the leaderboard. So definitely today is going to be a very important match for them, as they do have to play NXT still, as well as Divoli, both of which are well above them on the leaderboard. And they definitely need these points because they are sitting on 0 points. There are a lot of teams still on 3 points, and we did see 2 teams right above them within touching distance actually lose today. So if they manage to win this match, then they put themselves in good position to fight for that 5th and 6th place to try and make it through to the playoffs. As we do see their stats now, we see that they do have a couple players with a positive KD, but for the majority of their team, they don't have a high killing team. We have Shorten on with a 1.7 KD, so that is going to be the player that has to frag and has to show up today. Otherwise, it should just be what we expect with a the Year of the Snake loss and a oh I'm completely blanking on the name of the team. Sycopatas
Skip
win
loss.
on the
Yeah.
day. Little bit of a odd name for that team. Not something that I am particularly used to on and saying that, but yeah, definitely seeing the Year of the Snake snacks, Year of the Snake stats. We have a player that it looks like hasn't played yet, so bringing
Yeah.
in a bunch of different players is definitely going to be a little bit interesting in terms of the team chemistry.
Yeah, definitely. When we talk about bringing up a substitute or bringing up a sixth player right now to play at the stage where you have not actually secured any of the games, can be a smart move. He can be the pivotal anchor to kind of like suppress all of the plays coming in from your opponent team. But again, on paper, it looks for a fact that yes, Year of the Snake is definitely just trying to just get some of these plays being done right from their side. But again, they, like you said, they have kind of like faced off some of the top dogs at the standings right now. But when we talk about the side of Skipatas, they have won against the side of Valor Esports. They have won again from the side of Wild Gaming. They have definitely lost against NXT in a pretty good matchup. They lost at 5-7 on Night Haven Labs. 5-7 on Night Haven Labs is a pretty respectable score, if you ask me honestly. But talking about again coming on to the side of the Year of the Snake, they badly need this victory, if you ask me honestly. Now, the map which has been selected, I guess, it is going to be the map of Bank, where we're gonna see the action, and Year of the Snake is going to be the team to be on the defensive side first. Now, Bank, if you ask me honestly, if you take the right operators, which I'm pretty sure some of these players know the entire strategies in and out, for sure, Bank has been that one vanilla map in Seas that we all love and embrace. Been through a couple of changes in year 7 and year 8, but still one of the top picks even in the tier 1 teams as well. Monty getting banned up from the side of Year of the Snake. We might see a Blackbeard ban, we might see a Dokkaebi ban as well. But in terms of the defenses, it's going to be the real play, if you ask me honestly, because Year of the Snake are in the defense, Year of the Snake are in the bottom of the standings. They badly need these early round victories to be on the momentum play. There we go. Blackbeard getting banned from the side of Skipatas.
Yeah, definitely getting rid of the shields. Shields can be such a pain on this map. Definitely not something you want to deal with. Just ban them away. Have some nice, fair, fun, gunplay only kind of gameplay here between these two teams as we go to the defender bans. Yep, there it is, the Kaid ban. Also, would not be surprised if there's a Valk ban or an Azami ban or anything like that. Valk has so much potential on this map specifically as we go and see that it is actually a tuber route. That one is definitely a little bit more unexpected. A lot of the times it is fairly easy to get any of these walls or hatches open, and I don't feel that a tuber route ban really is anything special, especially on a map like Bank where it doesn't really have that much impact like a Valk or or an Azami actually might have. And we do see an Azami being picked up here for Year of the Snake on the defender side, as they were actually the ones that banned away that tuber.
They might have some different plans. I mean, at this point of time, you just cannot really anticipate anything when it comes down to some of the teams like Year of the Snake. But talking about the Saraskipatas, we do see Shabana, we do see actually more than one Heart Breachers. So it definitely looks like we might see a double side-oriented push coming up from the Saraskipatas, one from the archives, one from on towards the vault hatch. Might be a server push that is very much, I would say, by the textbook play coming up for a map like Bank. But I do see a couple of operators as well, which are very much heavy utility based. Goyo is one that you need to just stop off the heavy attacking push coming off from the attackers towards the server hallway. They have Echo as well. They have Warden as well. So they are ticking off every counters, right? If you ask me honestly, they just need to kind of like play it very patiently, play it very just take that slow and steady approach. Do not try to get caught in the fire. But there you go. Fire is going to take a lot of the damage with that window from on the archive hallway or on the archive room. We do see Demos already. He gets the yellow ping, deciding to just peek towards the stairway. He gets the first kill. KZ goes down. Now the two of the defenders, sorry, in the archives would be completely surprised out. We do see the hatch also going to get burst off from the Hibana. Carry spell it. And Demus is ready and waiting for all of his teammates to come, going for the drone work, get some intel, and pushing again towards the archive room.
Yeah, and initially it was a pretty heavy roam kind of setup as Shorin able to pick up another kill. That's 2 kills here for the Deimos in a team comp on the defense that is made to delay. But with 2 members down already, they're going to have to rely on those site holders, those anchors, to really come up big and try and find these kills. You have that lineup set up there for the smoke to actually throw down those gas babes, but with 1:20 left, you really don't want to have to use those already. We see the Echo drone waiting there on that kind of late rotational kind of position to try and come back down, delay anything, give information on those white stairs to try and at least give some kind of retake potential for this Echo here. As Hatch going to be dropped by the Twitch. Wall, it has been opened up. It was left soft. The fire going to come through. Forever able to pick up a kill onto Venoms. The diffuser going to go down, and it actually is 1 gas babe left in the pocket of the smoke. Not quite able to find and throw it out in time to try and deny that plant. But now the retake going to come through. Definitely favors the attacking side in a 5v1 situation as Zanu able to pick up Prophetesca. It's all going to be left up to the Azami, and a flawless round comes through. And Year of the Snake going down very, very easily here in round number 1.
Yeah. I mean, first out of Psychopaths, if you ask me honestly, the guy Shorten is just being absolutely crazy with Demos. We have seen him just going absolutely bonkers, man, if you ask me honestly. And that is completely because of the fact that his teammates are able to provide him that info, where these defenses are set up, where these roamers are trying to roam, where are some of these hatches. Of course, the hatches location, as you know, we are playing this game for too long at this point, honestly. But just getting that information relayed to the striker when he needs it at the right time. It's that play happening in perfectly for the side of Scubatas. But again, folks, this is just round number 1. Anything can go on. I mean, I am actually hoping to see the side of Ear of the Snake making a comeback against a team like Scubatas in this league stage. But again, the stats on the paper tells a different story, Arbos. You know it, we know it, everybody knows it.
Yeah, and it looks like Valkyrie going to be opted in here for Year of the Snake. Definitely an operator that can prove invaluable on this map. There's so many vast open areas that you can place these cameras in that give you so much information, so much intel. And we see one that's actually a drone there, a really nice drone to spot out that open area. That wide open place is completely vacant right now of any members. And we see the black eye camera there. Beautiful position, should spot out any kind of potential sneak about that comes through that particular area. As the rest of the attack looks like it is going to be coming through these windows. It's pretty standard. Get the wall open, get this window control, make sure that you don't get jumped out on via any of these potential positions. And those drones sitting there in the main area is going to guarantee that you don't get run out and shot off of those rappels.
Yeah. At this point of time, we are just, like I said, honestly, I am hoping to see the kind of like a gameplay which is happening in from Saskatchewan from the side of Fear of the Snake. Right now, we do see a couple of attackers trying to make down the way towards the ATM, and one of the attackers, which is of course going to be the guy to just trapping down towards the long hallway, which has definitely damaged a lot to the side of Wormai. Again, Fire being the first guy to take a lot of damage, but that's going to be a run out. Apparently, Bandit Venom's dropping out of the second floor, gonna pay the price for the same. That wasn't really needed. Honestly, go for that kind of a run out. Anyways, skip it out the diffuser. We do see a couple of attackers again going down towards the window rappel on the side. We do see Skirton on towards the first floor. Everybody is right now trying to just linger down the time and wait for the side of Fear of the Snake to go for another aggressive approach from just what we did saw from the side of Venoms. But there you go, Rafa takes on the side of KC. Now in a 4v3 scenario, we do see Gridlock placing up the track stingers to block out all of the possible flanks coming up from the side of Fear of the Snake. Down to the very last 30 seconds. We do see one of the players also coming up from the side of Sparrow. At this point of time, they have a really good map control, and Rafa gets one more. Dingos gets the other one. Perfect Star goes down in a 1v4 spot now. Gridlock gets the last guy, and everybody gets 1-1 kill for the side of attackers. So it's like a team ace actually happening in for the side of Skupatas.
Yeah, and I mean, really unfortunate. The jump out was definitely a good trade. Trading a bandit who should have put down all of the batteries already for a Ying, definitely favorable. But in terms of getting back in the building, bandit just not having the gun up, not ready for another gunfight. When you jump out in a position like that, you have to be ready for more fights. You have to be ready for the second, for the third guy, but nope. Bandit just trying to run back into the building, gets caught with the pants down, shot in the back, and after that, there just really wasn't any kind of pressure that Sigvatas actually exerted on Year of the Snake.
Yeah. Now for the third round, folks, we are going in for the basement play. Things are looking very spiced up, if you ask me honestly. Year of the Snake, for the last round, they're able to challenge us Skupatas as soon as they got the opportunity to do so. But one of the players who did was playing up on the first floor, waiting in for the C4 to pop and prep the C4 and to get one of the kills, got caught out at the right time. So that one guy who is actually just trying to play on the really good side of defense from the side of Year of Snake, as soon as he goes down, everybody fell down, just quickly after that. So maybe get two of your roamers out, playing close by to each other, go for the shadow roaming. Maybe just try to kind of avoid gunfights, which might be a really weird strategy to do so because you definitely need to win those gunfights. But avoiding is that one really wild play that you just need to waste down the time. But Fire Rocks gets one really good one though. Blaze is trying to just push on towards the side of Archives. Both of the players goes down, but actually going to be just the Goyo. Falls down from the side of Fatch, maybe going in for the revival as well as soon as possible. But Blitz is just trying to seize up the opportunity here. One of the players also pushed on from the side of Garage. Venom gets one more. This is looking very good for the side of Skipatage. Smokes canister out, and they have complete control of the push. Ear of the Snake performing really well. Just slow down and actually cause a lot of trouble for the side of Skipatage.
Yeah, and Goyo managing to fall through the hatch as they get down. Extremely good fortune for Year of the Snake on that, and they were indeed able to pick up that player. So, man advantage here for the side of Year of the Snake as both the Nook and the Sledge going down for the side of Skipatas. It's going to slow things down quite significantly as they did bring the blitz. So they wanted to increase that pace, and we saw that with the push in towards that office area, trying to push those players back down towards site, but they definitely did not want to lose two players in the meantime. They are going to open up that wall, going to get rid of both of those Goyo canisters that were going to trouble them in towards the later half of this round. Still, they have the smoke on the board, so they have that possibility to delay. And it should be all three smoke babes still left in pocket. So this smoke should have the ability to stall out for the rest of this round. The blitz just going to try and sneak in here. And the smoke canister not quite able. The first one not able to actually deny anything there. But the second one going to push that blitz off of the angle. So they are going to have to wait just a little bit longer as a kill actually going in favor. 2 kills shortened on the backside. Able to pick up 2 kills. And the diffuser is going to get denied. 2 kills in quick succession, repeated by 2 kills for the other side. But Shorin with a triple kill has to do everything here. Quadra kill here for Shorin. Has to find the last kill. And the diffuser actually did go down here. With the Azami barricade not actually going to allow for this defuse from this position. Shorin has to drop, has to try and find this kill. Drop going to be heard here, going to have the nanos going through, and Shorten with the ace, able to pick up the kill in the 1v3 scenario. Shorten, the hero for the side of Sikabatas, and they continue their domination of this map, taking the first 3 rounds, and Year of the Snake have to go back to the drawing board and rethink their game plan from here on out.
Again, I mean, there's not a lot of rethinking to do, Erebos, honestly. It's just like, why is everybody picking the side of Hatch? Why is everybody just trying to, be that that one rank player that we see just peeking windows and spawn peaks, doing spawn peaks like crazy, and actually losing those fights. So that was that one point I feel like the say that's really not needed to do. You just need one of the guys to actually kind of like divert the attention of Finca. Maybe just go towards the main stairs, try to approach the side of archives, and maybe then go towards the action of diffusing the diffuser. But again, the round is done and dusted. A lot of learnings to be made, to be learned from that particular round. If you ask honestly, Year of the Snake. But overall, great play from the side of Short. And I mean, how much we are appreciating needs to be appreciated more. At this point of time, of course, the nanobots are in play, and which can actually help you a lot in a clutch situation like this. But getting a triple frag, 4 frag, and then going to do a clutch is something really extraordinary. Which is, of course, that tells a lot about the sheer potential of that player.
Yeah, an absolute masterclass there for sure. And you definitely are right to note that Year of the Snake, the diffuser was down, yes, but it can't be seen from the hatch. All they had to do was have a player sit on the diffuse as far away as possible that you can get, the way that the Azami tried in that 1v1 scenario, and just have somebody watch the drop, somebody just hold the positions, try and trade and get that diffuse, that counter diffuse off. But in the end, they definitely were a little bit too confident in that situation, as we have the Nook coming up here, extremely aggressive, and the 1-tap coming through for Shorin, continuing the rampage that this player has found themselves on. And they know that a player is sitting on top of the white stairs. They're ready and waiting for more and more blood. Shorin, but Danu going to take the kill. Not a back-to-back ace coming through here for Shorin, but the man advantage here for Sikabatas, continuing the momentum that they garnered from that previous round, as Shorin still going to be creeping, still going to be looking for more and more as the ceilings are going to be opened up. The Valkyrie gonna go down as we are actually on this first floor bomb site, but all of this action has been happening on the second floor, and Shorin able to pick up a grenade kill on top of the earlier kill, and it's just been going bad from worse for Year of the Snake, as this is going to turn into an absolute slaughter for the side of Sikabatas onto Year of the Snake, as Fire, the lone remaining gunman for the side of Year of the Snake, finds himself surrounded by snakes, but not the snakes that you want, not your brethren, but indeed the ones that are hunting you down, and down you go as Shorten picks up a triple kill off the back of the ace. And Year of the Snake, it is not going well for you. This is a moment where you will want to call a timeout and talk this over, get a breather, because the momentum is all in favor of Sikabatas.
Not just the momentum. I feel like there's a huge difference in the thinking strategy. If you ask me honestly, at this point of time, uh, whether it's for Rafa, whether it's shortened, as soon as it is like the 2 minutes and 12 seconds, or maybe I would say 1 minute and 50 seconds to be on the safer side of the calculation, because I'm not really good with maths, honestly, Airbus. But as soon as the counter goes down that clock, somebody gets up with the first kill, and if it's forever, it's shortened to follow up to that second kill. If it's shortened, he goes in for the second kill. That has been the story for the last couple of rounds. Whether it's in round number two, if because that clutch was in round number three, yeah, in round number one, round number two, and round number four as well. That has been the case play in these 3 rounds. They are just able to picture perfectly coordinate with each other really really well. Yes, we do see a couple of players from the Pratiksa, from the side of Hero the same, trying to do the same. They had the opportunity in the round 4, but honestly round number 3, no, which they had the opportunity in round number 3, they kind of gave it away. Like you pointed it out, they can't really see the diffuser from the hatch. All you do is just divert the focus, divert the attention of the last one guy standing. You are 4 guys through one. You can do anything in the world, but not to just let that round going into the favor of Skikopatas, and that just really happened. And honestly, if a round like that goes on to the favor of your opponent team, you have to think a lot and lot about the about the strategies, honestly, about the entire play, about the entire mindset right now going on, about the thought process which is going on inside of your head right now. You need to just communicate and let everything out on the table, and just think of something really extraordinary, and try to execute it. Do it by the book, do it very basically. Get those we do it in rank. I mean, I know it's competitive, but are you serious, Fire? You are trying to reinforce. Oh my god.
Yeah, a little bit of a mistake there by Fire. Should actually get picked up here. You have the reinforcement. No! The wall bangs. They had intel on where that player was. They must have to actually get that much coordinated wall bang potential there to actually find that kill. And that is just not the mistake that you need here for Year of the Snake right after your timeout. That's an absolute freebie for Sigipatos, as
Yeah.
I mean, that just can't happen, as we see the drone actually able to spot out quite a few members coming up from the white stairs there, but they are going to think better of it. They are going to go back down and shorten. I mean, that is not the man you want to take a gunfight with right now. 11-0 through 4 rounds already. He is doing everything for this squad of Sigipatos, as things start to slow down. They open up the hatches. They start to get map control. They start to root out these players here in this Tellers area, as the walls are not your friend, as Forever takes down another member, as Profetiska taken down low on the Oryx. Might be able to go back up this hatch and might be able to catch somebody out, as we did see a cap can actually take down a member, but should get picked up here. 2 players down for the side of Sigipatos. However, as trades have gone back and forth, Year of the Snake, Sigipatos, even 3v3 here with just a minute left. We saw the way that this bomb site played out the last time around. Shorten got the ace clutch. Is it going to happen in a similar vein here this time? Not going to be the ace this time around, but is it going to come down to the wire? Is it going to come down to a clutch? And who will actually manage to pick this one up? The Bravo drone actually going to be able to take down some of these Maestro cameras, as one of the Maestro cameras is going to pick up the Bravo drone. So nothing more, and more destruction from the cap can, as another player falls victim to the traps. And maybe that was exactly what it took, as the C4 not quite able to connect. Diffuser not going to go down either, as these Maestro cams proving crucial to the delay, to the stall game of Year of the Snake. 8 seconds left. That diffuser has to go down, or you have to find all 3 of these kills. You're only 2 members, as Profetiska able to find a kill, and Venoms finds one as well. And finally a round on the board for the side of Year of the Snake, as Year of the Snake in this round actually came true.
Finally, finding that missing puzzle piece. 1-4 now. What a great round coming up from the side of Fear of the Snake. But this is what I was talking about before the first kill went off. For against the side of Fire, when he went down, it was trying to reinforce after the action phase got started, and both of the players coming out from the archive window did got the audio cue, and I had the visual cue as well, that there's one of the guys trying to reinforce and we can just killing him off. I did saw the side of Fear of the Snake playing this game like, we're in the bottom of the standings. Maybe we just cannot qualify. This playing for the sake of it, playing it. It felt like it, honestly. But how they have just utilized all of the trap and the trap oriented gameplay it has to be commended. Has to be commended from our side as well. They have performed it really well. But coming up from the side of Fear of the Snake, honestly, this is what you do. If you're not able to play on that Intel games, if you're not able to play on the gunfights, I know gunfights is one of the very strong part of Rainbow Six Siege here, soon to be Siege X. But you gotta get those trap operators. There's a reason why they exist in the game, and they did it. We did saw a couple of we did saw one of the important kills down in the last 1 minute, went off through the cap can. Now they have actually went on to another strategical play. We did see Azami. We do see Valkyrie Black Eyes. We do see Castle. We do see Fender coming off from the side of Fear of the Snake, but no real trap operators apart to do damage, because Fender Dread Bites can of course make you blind for a second, but damage deal not really happening. And there you go, Shorten comes up with the nuke. Gonna take up the side of Hoogtepunt. Psychopaths, Ear of the Snake, don't have any idea. Valkyrie was like, hello, where did this guy came in from? A zombie puts on a Kiba barrier to stop the push coming off from the side of Nook, but they are already inside the rotation. They'll hatch over there in the archives. At this point of time, they should be very worried about the fact that where does this guy came in from? Ibana takes on the side of Fire through the window. Ash gets one more. It's a 2v5. Just 1 minute and 50 seconds on the clock. This is absolutely going crazy in the favor of Psychopaths. And right now, Venoms is at very 20% HP, maybe 30, I can say. At this point of time, it's looking very hard, if you ask me honestly, for the side of Fear of the Snake. Oh, nice one! He gets a third! Boy, oh boy, I was just doubting. Absolutely crushing, making me eat my word. I have to. I take it back. I'm sorry. I offended you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, an absolute masterclass there from Venoms, able to pick up 2 kills there. And we did see in the kill feed that Shorin actually went down. So that is their clutch player going down. You have 2 players left alive with, not seeing a lot of action throughout this map so far. So if this is the chance for Year of the Snake to actually pick up some more rounds, this is their chance. But it is going to have to come down to Venoms and Caxi. Venoms on fairly low HP with some high damage weapons on the other side for Psychopaths. So definitely still a chance for Psychopaths to close this one out 5-1. But Year of the Snake, anything can happen. You need this round to try and give yourself a chance once you swap over to this attacking side. Flashes are going to come in. Caxi able to pick up a kill. That's a double kill for Caxi, and there's also a double kill on the board for Venoms. Are either of these players going to be able to close this out? And they will. Venoms with a triple kill as both of the players left alive combine to pick up the round for the side of Year of the Snake as the second round comes through, and it's not going to look as bad as we initially thought when this map started, and we saw Psychopaths go out to a ginormous lead. Gonna switch sides, and this is an attacker-favored map. So Year of the Snake definitely still has a chance in this one.
Yeah. The way how they have played it in the round number 6 have completely shunned me, if you ask me honestly. They have just completely outplayed the side of Psychopaths, especially when it comes down to the play coming off from the side of Venoms. The way how he just countered one of the players coming up from the side of Psychopaths on the archives window was just exceptionally well. You threw up a Kirba barrier hoping to one of the players will come up, and did not expect another gunfire in the same chronological order. and he did fire up the creeper barrier to just broke down, let the Skilpatas guy to just caught up in a surprise, to not having that the chance to kind of like to assess the situation of what's exactly going on. And that's how you play Siege. You just try to cut off your opponents by a surprise as soon as you get the chance to do so. Now round number 7, as the sides have been switched, maybe Ear of the Snake might change the pacing of the game and try to just get a couple of kills from their side, possibly a rush. Not really sure though.
Yeah, it seems like a little bit of a slow start here, but it looks like Year of the Snake is definitely gearing up for something a little bit naughty. As some of these players working their way in, they are going to push back a lot of these players, and Venom's able to pick up a kill, but it is traded. Danu onto fire, able to pick up a kill. Leon able to pick up one as well. Advantage for Year of the Snake is to pick up another one. An absolute flurry of kills coming through here, but Shorin, when you think it's going bad, you can definitely rely on Shorin. Rafa able to pick up one as well, and is going to even the man count with 2 minutes left. It's a 2v2 with so much time left on the clock for these players on the side of Year of the Snake to make something happen on their first round of attack. A lot of craziness happening so far early on in this round. What is going to happen next? Rafa back down here into Gold Vault, player that has rotated all the way down, but short and on the Vigil is going to be lurking up here. I believe that was on the top floor, so definitely a lot of flank potential here for the side of Sigmatos. A lot of droning coming through here, but with the Vigil on board, definitely going to be a little bit hard to tell exactly where this player has gotten himself off to. It's going to be a little bit interesting to see exactly how Year of the Snake plan on dealing with these players from Sigmatos. One spotted out over on this vault side of the map. They're going to be able to get this hatch open with the Habana, but it is going to waste a lot of time. A minute off the clock from when the 2v2 situation found its mark on this round. A drone does go down. That means that there is going to be one drone left on the board for the side of Year of the Snake, so not a lot of intel left. And unless that's on the flank, and it's not sure and able to pick up a kill from that vault side area as the rotate did come through, but it is a trade as Prophetista left up to 1v1 against Rafa, and Prophetista able to bait the swing and find the bullets, the headshot, the clutch coming through for Year of the Snake, and a fantastic start for their attacking side.
Tables are turning, my friend. Slowly and steadily, Year of the Snake are able to bounce back in this game right now. And what a lovely way to just tear up the defensive side of Psychopaths. They knew for a fact that they will be kind of like over aggressively pushing down towards archives. They were able to actually just get those frags quickly as possible, even though they're in that man disadvantage, and they find up one of the guys from the house to pass on towards the staircase. They did it pretty well, but overall there were a couple of mistakes here and there from both sides. But it doesn't really matter if you are able to win the round in the end, and especially with the clutch coming up from the side of Venoms. And Venoms is the guy, Erebos, at this point of time, just spearheading the entire play and strats, and basically kind of like acting like as the captain of the ship in this huge wave of tide of where Skiopatas is having the lead, and they just wanna do it a 4-4. A very well made play coming up from the side of the Snake in that last attacking round. Want to just continue it as soon as they can get 4-4, and by the looks of it, I feel like this is going to be a 4-4.
Yeah, the momentum definitely on the side of Year of the Snake, especially after a round like that where they were allowed to play aggressive. It felt like that really unlocked the way that Year of the Snake wants to play, and it shows why this map does favor the attackers. And we are definitely in for an exciting conclusion to this map that maybe the standings didn't really show us when we initially came into this match.
Let's see. 3 to 4 down 2 minutes as soon as one of the rounds go on. We have seen, like, for the past couple of times that Skiopatas, when they were attacking, they're able to just seize that opportunity to get a couple of kills. But and the defensive side, they're just being very patient about it. They're not doing any spawn breaks. We don't see any kind of like an aggressive stance from the side of Sikapatas. We don't see any of these defensive side actually just like playing just way too aggressively, just stopping the entirely aggressive approach from the side of Hero of the Snake. Right now, Hero of the Snake are able to just get inside the map pretty quickly, though. One of the players, of course, it's going to play the M870 shot, which is going to be none other than the side of the Jaeger on the blue stairs up onto the connecting servers area. So that's very, very interesting, if you ask me honestly. There you
Ooh,
go.
what
It's
a
going to be shot in to
shot.
get one. What a lovely shot. And what a way to just deal with that opponent play over there. Now it's going to be the player to actually open up the side of the vault hatch with the secondary heartbeat charge. Still waiting in for a lot of that intel. We do see two of the players actually going in for the drone work.
Yeah, and definitely fantastic shot from short and to actually get first blood. As I mean, we talked about the aggression, but so far this round, a lot of that aggression has been subdued from the side of Sikapatas. They've done a great job stalling this out, blocking off these server stairs with the fire, but Venom's able to pick up a kill onto Danu as a down for the side of, I believe that was Short, and that ended up picking up that kill. As trades going back and forth, that is going to be Short and down. That is going to be the impact player for the side of Sikapatas, falling down into server as 3v3 scenario, and this match is just getting started. This excitement is just picking up as 20 seconds left for this diffuser to start to go down, as we still have two players on this first floor. How is Year of the Snake actually going to plan on getting this diffuser down? They have to get into the bomb site. As a player gets in, shot's not quite able to connect as Venom goes down. Fire able to pick up a kill. Trades going back and forth. We have a down player, and the defenders end up picking up the round as the kills come fast and furious. And my God, what an ending to that round.
What an ending. I mean, that was one of the best rounds that we have seen in this matchup. Honestly, we did saw one of the players going in from the side of Garage. They were definitely not ready for that Fenrir in the last, but what a lovely way to actually just play onto that trade game. Especially, I would say both sides actually played really well. It was just for that, I don't know, one last guy being alive from the side of Stupitas to just close up the deal in the end. But right now, which is going to be now round number 9, Year of the Snake, need those couple of rounds to actually just try to get something out really done, and just like get some of these rounds on their side. I know they are trying to tick all of the boxes, right? They're trying to like get these rounds as soon as possible in their side. But the way how Stupatas are just being ready for everything that Ear of the Snake has been throwing onto them is exceptionally good. It's exceptionally crazy, honestly.
Yeah, as we get this round underway, a little bit of a different kind of lineup here out of Year of the Snake. Going for something a little bit slower. You have the Ace, you have the Capital, the Flores, as well as that Nomad. So you're definitely bringing a comp that wants to do a site execute. You want to deal with the roamers. You want to make sure that you don't have to actually focus on them, because as we've seen the past couple of rounds, Sikapatas has done a fantastic job of dealing with those drones. And if you don't have those drones in the late round to kind of watch for those flankers, watch for those roamers, then it definitely can hinder you. But a Nomad will definitely allow for you to kind of cheat that, put up a permanent piece of utility that guarantees that if any flankers come from that area, you are going to know. You're going to get that audio cue. You're going to have that knockback happen, as looks like they're just trying to get these walls open. They're trying to slow this down, trying to seclude all of these members of Sikapatas onto this bomb site and pick them off with the utility of the Capitao, of the Zofia. And as I say that, the Zofia, a key piece of util for the side of Year of the Snake, actually goes down. That's going to be a first blood for the side of Sikapatas here in this round.
Right now at a 4v5, 1 minute and 24 seconds left on the clock. Still have attackers have to take a lot of the side control, map control. Actually push on for the site execution. We do see a further side of Skipitas that they are in a very strong hold defensive stance. They're just not giving away any of these chances where they want to lose that gunfight. So a really good play from side of Skipitas. They know for a fact that they just need one more round to make it to the match point. It is Forever trying to go all the way back from the spirals to the connectors over there. He's gonna demolish that castle barricade. I don't know what exactly he's trying to do with that, but anyways, we do see the side of now. Nomad pushing on towards the square hallway, gets one shot and goes down. One of the key players from the side of shot and from Skipitas goes down, but Dana will be able to continue with that nitro kill. 3v4 now, 30-second left on the clock, possibly a run out. Forever takes one with the Claymore, and again it will be the side of Fenrir to close the deal in the end to the main hallway. And I have to say again and again, Erebos, somewhere down the line, it is somebody from the side of Skikopatas to think 1 or 2 steps ahead of the entire situation.
Yeah, just excellent discipline there out of Tsikipatas to slow that down, make sure that they don't give any freebies. Yes, Azami did end up falling to an angle that maybe was a little bit free for the attackers, but overall, it just excellent positioning for the side of Tsikipatas, and even on the jump out of the window, doing the self-trade, gets the kill on the player on Repel, ends up dying to the excellently placed Claymore beneath that window. And I mean, for the side of Year of the Snake, what worked in that first attacking round was the aggression. It was the level of pace that you exerted on the opposing side. And in the last 2 rounds, we have not seen that same thing happen, as it looks like, unfortunately, we're gonna have another rehost. Of course, it's not Siege without a couple hiccups, and we did manage to get through that second map, that second series, without any kind of trouble from the side of the Siege game. But unfortunately, in this third series, this third map, we are going to have a rehost. But just going to head to a short break. We'll be back as soon as everybody is back and ready and we get this rehost underway.
Yeah, we are going to a break, guys. Definitely going to a break. We're just waiting. But as we keep waiting, I'm just gonna say this was from looking to the way Erebos at the paper at the stats, that it looked like a very much one-sided affair. But the Snake has definitely caught every one of us by surprise. Honestly, the way how they're playing in their attacking rounds is just exceptionally good from what they were able to do in their defensive side. So gotta give it up for this out of Fear the Snake to actually make it to a 5-3 score line in the end. And soon as they got that opportunity, I'm pretty sure if they are able to fill all those gaps of not losing your manpower advantage very early in the round, they might be able to push it to the overtime. I have a feeling about this. But anyways, as Kupatas are in a match point scenario at this point of time, it can end up right now as we speak after the rehost.
Yep. But yep, we're just gonna head to a very short break, and we'll be back as soon as the game gets started back up. Hopefully, it won't take too long for the rehost. But we'll be right back.
I must have went blind tonight, cause I swear that you out of sight, man. I'm so up, I could be a pilot.
Welcome back, everybody. The host was nice and fast. Very short break, just as we promised. Hoogtepunt with the advantage here, match point. They win this round, then they go on and win the map and the series.
Bomb located by attackers.
Camera in position.
Reinforce the wall.
10 seconds to go.
Loading mag.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Throwing F-Knock.
Feed active.
Attackers are
Yeah, we've seen Year of the Snake definitely battle back and show some fortitude here. And it looks like they are going to go for something a little bit more aggressive, something definitely about that site take, something that might be fast-paced even. And that's something that managed to get them that first and only attacking round that they do indeed have. We're going to the tertiary bomb site of Hoogtepunt, so definitely a good opportunity for Year of the Snake here to try and claw their way back and try and send this to overtime. They will need to win 3 in a row to send it to overtime, but it all starts with one round at a time, and anything can happen. No way!
Loading mag.
Gotta reload.
Setting a sequential breach.
Yeah, some fights going back and forth here. And I mean, in this archives area, an absolute graveyard. And I mean, I can't even believe what I just saw. I mean, turn up your sensitivity. The player just runs right by you and you can't turn around and find that kill. But instead, you lose the gunfight. I mean, how does that even happen? Year of the Snake, however, does find themselves on the man advantage here. These walls managing to get opened up. You still have that Azami. You still have that Bandit. So some really good weapons here, some good pieces of utility with the Azami still being on board, but you have to manage to find a way to deal with that blitz. Nitro Cell going to go out, not going to connect with anything. That was your biggest piece of utility to try and deal with that. And Venoms walks in, finds the head of Danu, and that diffuser starting to go down into the 2v1. The Azami, all that's left. Rafa, all that's left. The Impact not quite going to be able to find anything as the diffuser goes down. Have to find this counter diffuse after finding these kills. Blind as a bat and going down to the blitz. An absolutely fantastic round for the side of Year of the Snake, even after that bit of a blunder.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Explosive ordnance is ready. Securing the floor. Explosive ordnance out and primed. Getting full net up. Deploying explosive ordnance.
Ten seconds remaining.
Yeah, and Signifitas definitely have to lock in here and close this one out. They need as many points as they can get because they still are in the running for those top two spots. Anything can happen, but they need to try and close this out in regulation if they have any hope of catching up to NXT in that second place position. For Year of the Snake, you are only guaranteed, well, you're not guaranteed anything at this point, but the maximum amount of points you can actually achieve here is 2 points. You have to try to send this to overtime and manage to find the win. But if they can manage to do that, they will at least secure themselves some points and give themselves a decent shot of still making it to playoffs. But before they can do that, they need to try and secure this round. For Year of the Snake, they have a decent shot at it. This basement attack last time around, or not last time around, but Fire able to find this kill, so it is going to be an advantage here for Year of the Snake. The first time around that they attacked this basement bomb site, they managed to claim the victory and claim the round. But with this Jaeger and the adaptation that Signifitas had made after that defeat on the basement, managed to prove victorious and managed to prove that it worked. So what exactly has Year of the Snake done to try and adapt to this potential setup here?
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser. Attackers recovered the diffuser.
Yeah, really well played there out of Year of the Snake. They slowed it down quite a bit in that mid round. They were able to find a pick, slowed it down a little bit, and then went for a very aggressive attack. They pinched the bomb site from all sides and managed to win all of the gunfights. They managed to secure another round, and I mean, this is Signifitas' last opportunity to pick up all 3 points in this match. Otherwise, we might just see overtime. And Year of the Snake has slowly and steadily found their footing in this match, and maybe, just maybe, we might see a comeback from Year of the Snake if they can indeed secure this round and send us to overtime.
5 seconds left before insertion. Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Yeah, and the Zofia utility proving to be very, very effective here in destroying all of those castle barricades. The nade gonna come out, push that player off of that angle, but there's a lot of Kiva barricades to deal with here, and I talked about it during the ban phase. Azami can be extremely impactful on this map with all of the angles you can actually create. A lot of these window angles, these window positions can be nullified, and we see that happening here with those Azami barricades. Another nade gonna come through, looking to try and deal with those Azami barricades, or at least deal with those positions as Roxo able to find 2 kills onto Year of the Snake. This is the chance that Sykopatos was looking for, the opening that Sykopatos was looking for to try and close this one out. Year of the Snake, you have to answer back. You cannot go down like this, not after the amount of effort that you have put into this comeback. A 3v5 scenario on the cards for Year of the Snake. Prophetesca and Fire not going to be a part of this. The Grim and the Capitao not going to be a part of this, but you did manage to find one back onto the Mute, onto Danu, as Venoms has proven very influential since the rehost, as it looks like a player looking to drop down the skylight, but Rafa is ready. No, the flashbang pushes the player off the angle and not looking, as Leon able to pick up the kill into a 3v3, make that a 3v2 as Forever able to pick up one, but the defenders, Sykopatos in fast fashion, able to find all of the kills and secure the map. Even though they looked shaky after the rehost, they were able to close it out in the end. Sykopatos are your winners here, and they will pick up all 3 points in this match to send themselves securely into 3rd place on 9 points. Just 1 point behind NXT, as the top of the leaderboard and the bottom of the leaderboard are shaking up to be extremely close, as these teams are fighting for positioning, fighting for playoffs here. And I mean, Bullet, what a series, what a map we just witnessed. Yeah, but I mean, we gotta say, from Year of the Snake, that was definitely a better performance than what we've seen from them so far in this group stage. And hopefully, at the very least, they take the momentum that they garnered from this match and try and push forward and fight as hard as they can to try and make it into the playoffs. And I mean, from just what we've seen today, it's definitely doable. We have 3 teams stuck on 3 points, albeit one of those teams has still yet to play today. Wild Multigaming against Divoli is going to be our next match. Divoli on 6 points. Definitely, Divoli have a chance to try and catch up to Sykopatos. And if Divoli do indeed manage to win against Wild Multigaming, then we're going to have a 4-way race for the final 2 spots to make it into playoffs. And if Divoli do win, then Sykopatos should feel fairly comfortable in their position in the standings to try and make their way into playoffs. I think the top 2, both Turks, LFO, and NXT, are definitely extremely comfortable about their position in the standings and definitely should be qualifying into the playoffs. They're still fighting for those top 2 positions, which do send them straight to the semifinals. For Sykopatos and Divoli, they're really the ones that are fighting to try and upset NXT or try and upset Turks to try and make it, squeak their way into the top 2. And at the very least, they're going to be trying to look and find their way into the best seeding possible to try and stay in those third and fourth positions. And for the rest of the standings, Valor Esports, Wild Multigaming, Team VIP, and Year of the Snake, it's definitely not going to be comfortable going into these last 3 play days for them, and they're definitely going to feel the pressure as they try and secure their playoff positions.
I must have went blind tonight, cause I swear that you out of sight. Man, I'm so up, I could be a pilot, and I just hope trying to catch a flight. So let me get the digits. I call right now if you with it. I seen 1,000 pretty girls in this room. $1 and I've been looking for you. I've been searching, it's so hard to find a girl who's one of a kind. 'Cause being alone just isn't cool. I'll take 1,000 trips around the world just so I could find you, girl. 'Cause darling, I've been looking for you. Yeah, I'm looking for you. For you. I'm looking for you. For you. Let's get it now. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Be a pilot. Be a pilot. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Beat. Let's get it now.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Voltage
Yeah.
League group stage. And we have our final match of the day, Divoli against Wild Multigaming. This one should be, on paper, the closest between the two. This one is between a team that is on 6 points, a team that is on 3 points. If Wild Multigaming manage to secure the win here, it definitely will make the standings a little bit more interesting. But if Divoli manage to secure this, then they will look fairly good to try and secure a spot in the playoffs. We see the stats here for Wild Multigaming. We have quite a few players with decent ratings, but in terms of the KD, we only have a single player, Shocks, on with a positive KD, which is definitely interesting to consider when you look at the rest of the team. This is a team that definitely does not put up a high amount of kills, but somehow they're managing to survive quite significantly in these rounds, or at the very least, they have players that can clutch and secure rounds in the end. And looking on the other side, over towards Divoli, we can try and look at those stats and see exactly how those players line up against the players from Wild Multigaming.
Yeah, I mean, coming up from the side of Davoli, look at that average rating of 1.7, 1019. Overall, we have seen Davoli, performing, I would say, substantially well. Since I have been here, I have been a a long follower of Davoli. I would say honestly, I have actually casted the maximum number of games when it comes down to overall voltage league. Combined season 2, season 3, season 4, season 5. I have seen a lot of changes in this roster overall. We'll be also taking a look at the Wild Multi-Gaming, but both of the teams are, I would say, fairly evenly squared. If you ask me honestly, Double at number 6 points. Sorry, at number 4 with 6 points, and Wild Multi-Gaming with at number 6 with 3 points. Tells a very different story, very different tale. If Double is able to get this victory, they'll be very close to kind of like surpassing the side of Psychopaths. But when it comes down for the side of Wild Multi-Gaming, also very much very much a needed thing for the side of Wild Multigaming to kind of like need this victory to surpass the side of Valor Esports.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see exactly how these two match up together. We did see that for the side of Divoli, they do have a couple of players that do like to frag. They have a couple high killers, and they do have a couple of low killers. Now, let's take a look at the map bans, and our map is going to be Night Haven Labs. So, fingers were crossed. We got 4 different maps in all 4 of our matches today. Definitely exciting when you get to see a lot of diversity in the map pool between all of these teams. There's definitely teams that favor certain maps over others, and fortunately, today we don't have to watch the same exact map. It's not 4 clubhouses or 4 cafes. Instead, we get 4 different maps. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see what happens on Night Haven Labs. And Bullets, take it away. What are we expecting on a map like Night Haven Labs?
I mean, it's one of the very newest maps that it comes down to the Rainbow Six Siege game. It's been a time, but still very new. We have seen a lot of these competitive teams, tier 1, tier 2 teams, kind of like adapting to the entire stages. But right now, jumping off to the operator bands, I would say Wild Multi-Gaming, of course, Blackbeard being kind of like a very stronghold operator when it comes down to the attacking side, Airbus, and we have seen top tier 1 teams also banning them. And surprisingly, it's going to be the side of Demos. Okay. I mean, on a map, on a huge map like Night Haven, you definitely need an operator like Demos to, find those pesky roamers and then just try to take them out as soon as possible. But it's actually going to be Divoli who's going to be attacking first on the map of Night Haven. Also, banning up the side of Tubera, very well wise ban, as they are the attacking side first. But I'm a little surprised with the Demos ban, honestly.
Yeah, Demos can definitely be a nuisance, especially on a map like this. Can definitely hurt the roam game. Valkyrie Gonna be the last band. Makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of places, just like on Bank, where those black eye cameras can actually find themselves into and manage to survive for the rest of the round. It also means that on attack, you don't actually have to bring the IQ. It's not a necessity. Albeit IQ definitely has some pretty good util, some pretty good weaponry to actually fight with, but gonna have fairly clean game. Not gonna have to deal with Blackbeard, but the other two shield operators are still on board as we get underway in our first round of this map in what should be our featured match of the day. Should be the best and most evenly fought map so far that we have seen, but that is only on paper. It is yet to be seen exactly how these two teams and how their differing styles actually manage to go up against each other.
Yeah. Let's see, man. Wild multigaming on the defensive side, we do see them picking up the. Okay, this is the the top floor objective when it comes down to the first objective side being in play. Now, map like Night Haven had as you asked me earlier, man. Map like Night Haven is a map where you have a lot of these opportunities as an attacker, as a defender, both of the sides to just take them out by a lot of these means, lot of these angles. I mean, it's one of the very competitive maps that we have seen in Siege lately. I remember when it was first introduced, there was a lot of that question. There was a lot of that debate going on. There's a huge map. It's a map where you kind of like need at least three of the roamers just roaming out of the side, and then you have huge what do you call is the sides as well, where you need at least three of the defenders. I remember that discussion going on Twitter a lot. But over the time, the player base has adapted to it. All of the teams have adapted to the entire scenarios, and it has been been the case that it's one of the maps that has been preferably to be played from a lot of these competitive teams. So let's see what goes on between these two teams, though.
Yeah, very slow start here. 2 minutes left. We have this garage wall, or rather, balcony wall opened up. So definitely have a lot of sight lines there. Can place a lot of pressure on the rafters of garage as we have the blitz for the side of Divoli, looking to make his way up towards this bomb site, towards this top floor, but reinforcement going to come out. The zombie just going to back off. Slayer going to take a lot of damage on this Mira. A lot of stall potential, but Slayer able to pick up a kill through the floorboards onto All Red. Going to go down on that buck, so not going to have a lot of that vertical play coming through here in this last minute and 15 seconds. Flashbang's going to come through. Murat's able to find a kill with that blitz, with the pistol. Actually going to be able to find that through the walls, through the opening from the rafters. Going to drop back down. Nitrocell not quite going to it did connect rather onto Murat's. Trades going back and forth into a 3v3, but choose able to pick up 2 kills on the back end of that, but a flank from the first floor from the Frost, able to pick up 3 kills from that spot, but it is going to get traded out. Vodka on the Azami up against the Grim in this 1v1. I'm not quite sure that Grim knows exactly where this player is. Lots of angles open up here in the site to have to try and deal with, but now going to know with those shots, and
nice
it's going to be a trade. The defenders win the round. Wild Multigaming take the first round of the map via the trade. And what a round to kick us off in this final series of the day.
I mean, we were talking about it, like this is looking like one of the closest match that we might witness today, and it has just started off in the right pace. What a lovely way to start of the map. Now, tank and assembly, the basement side getting picked up from the defending team, which is of course the side of Wild Multigaming, which has where they have been able to pick up the first victory as well. But like I said, Airbus, this is that one map, which is kind of like a very, very balanced map in my opinion. If you ask me honestly, I see the tier 1 teams loving it. I see the tier 2 teams loving it. I see Night Haven Labs, if I'm able to correctly remember, it was one of the most highest number of teams played it back in the season 3 of Voltage League. So it's a great map. But right now, to calling off for the side of Divoli, the first round was something like a just of that the entire trade game happening in from both sides. Now they will be trying to seize that round victory opportunity to their side.
Yeah, and a fantastic round there out of Wild Multigaming. Extremely unlucky from Divoli. Even though that flank came through and claimed 3 players from the side of Divoli, they managed to claw it back into a 1v1 scenario. And even though they did not have exact information on where that Azami was hiding, they managed, or almost managed, to pull that one out. But unfortunately, trade of the final 2 players does not favor the attacking side. It in fact favors the defenders as we move on to this basement bomb site. One of the trickiest bomb sites to actually attack on this map, as there's a lot of things you have to get opened up, and you can definitely get secluded into a very particular style. But Marat's through the wall, able to find one, but it was traded on the other side of the map. And Hodka able to pick up another one onto Choose, making this a 4v3 man advantage in favor of Wild Multigaming. Still quite a bit of time left on the clock, minute 40 left remaining, as the remaining players of Divoli need to try and clear out the rest of these roamers, drive them back down to this basement, and try and create and execute with the remaining time that they have left. A lot of drones coming through, trying to figure out exactly where these players have gone off to. Some of the hatches have opened up. Some reinforcements left for the side of Wild Multigaming. They are going to use those as, I mean, they've barely reinforced anything. As we see in the top left, we see all of the reinforcements remaining for them. They have 8 remaining reinforcements left. So they have basically reinforced nothing. This hatch is one of those things that has been reinforced as the Buck and the Sledge start to get to work with 50 seconds left. This is going to come down to about that old style of 20-second meta, as one of these players have gone down. Falcon, the Fenrir, going to get knocked. Another player, Jacques, going to get finished off here. Still a player down, so this is man advantage here for the side of Divoli, but a kill for Pityu onto Maratz is going to even this up into a 2v2. That player, there is no chance that they are going to get picked up, but from the flank, I believe they are able to find that player into a 2v1 in favor of Divoli. That player going to drop down through the hatch. That is an absolute disaster. You can't be doing that as Pityu. All that's left up in the 1v2, managed to find the first one, as RWL going to try and get this diffuser down on the Sledge. Nitrocell going to come out. It's not quite going to connect. Going to get off that diffuser and not quite able to find the kill. And twice in a row, it comes down to the wire. But the clutch factor is in favor of Wild Multigaming in these first 2 opening rounds.
I'm not sure what really happened, if you ask me honestly. I'm just still trying to process. I've like Divoli is the same team was able to take down some of the top tier teams. What we saw in the previous season of Voltage League. This ain't honestly looking like the same thing that we have seen, but they're making some of the very basic mistakes. Coming off to the point that we just saw only 2 of the reinforcement getting utilized. Don't get me wrong, I was just scratching my head like crazy of what are they trying to do exactly inside the side with just utilizing 2 of the what do you say, sorry, apologies, with the reinforcement right there. But anyway, right now folks, overall a good round coming up from the side of Wild Multigaming, even though they made a couple of mistakes. Divoli on the other hand, they need to kind of like get things straight up from at this point of time.
Yeah, after back-to-back close rounds, definitely an interesting one, and we saw this in the rating to KD ratio for Wild Multigaming. They didn't have a lot of high fraggers, but their ratings were all fairly decent. So it came down to, it looked like they had the clutch factor. They had players that would clutch. And so far in these first 2 rounds, it's definitely showing as the run out happens. Jacques able to find Marat. That is not what you want. The Thermite going down early, able to find 1 wall at least. So not the worst case scenario here for the side of Divoli, but after the momentum of the first 2 rounds for Wild Multigaming, that is not what you want to see. You want to see Divoli able to slow it down, able to open up these walls. Fortunately for them, they do have the ace, they do have the Thatcher, so these walls should be able to get opened up, but maybe not in the full capacity that you wanted it to, because this is the tertiary bomb site. This is a bomb site where you should have the advantage. This is not the favorable bomb site for the defenders. Otherwise, they would have picked it in the first 2 bomb site rotations. But unfortunately for them, they have to try and do this at a man disadvantage. 1 player down, they have to find their way back into this.
They have to find a way back into. They have to kind of like find a missing puzzle piece. Honestly, if you ask me, they still have the probably the secondary recharge is still right there, but no. There's gonna be the stunts anyways. Slayer takes picked on the side of Eldrin, and now it's gonna be a 5v3. Still, Pulse is doing his job from below down the floor, providing all of the necessary information to the defenders present inside the side. Devils gets 1 more. Falcon goes down. Pulse has been taken care of. Wardens in the middle of the gunfight. He gets the side of Devils 1v4 after one after another. One after another. They are making, kind of like some of the basic rookie mistakes, if you ask me honestly. We did saw the same in round number 2 as well. But on the other hand, Wild Multi-Gaming is performing supremely well.
Yeah, Wild Multigaming showing why they made it all the way to this group stage. They look absolutely fantastic in this series so far, and it's been absolutely spectacular to watch. I mean, just the pure aggression that they're showing and the fact that they're willing to take these gunfights and they have the ability to win them.
Yeah. Overall, like I said, not gonna lie, I haven't seen the kind of like a Divoli kind of like stumble down against a team like this. Yes, they have been some really good performing teams which have kind of demolished Divoli in a lot of the matches, but Wild Multi-Gaming on the stats on the paper definitely didn't look like the one to do a 3-0 on a map like Night Haven.
Yeah, they're looking absolutely fantastic as Divoli needs to try and change things up. They need to try and match the aggression that Wild Multigaming is showing. Wild Multigaming is showing that they can be stubborn. They can be out on this roam and be a nuisance, but when it comes down to it, they just have the clutch factor so far, other than that last round where it was an absolute demolition of Divoli. Bringing the Blitz along, bringing the Grim along should make things a little bit easier to try and root out these roamers, try and make Wild Multigaming uncomfortable, because so far, Wild Multigaming hasn't looked that uncomfortable. They've looked extremely comfortable in their positions. It seems like they can just play them, not have to worry about any kind of aggression, any kind of pressure, and just fall back as soon as the time comes.
Yeah. I mean, definitely, you have pointed out. As soon as the time comes, Wild Multi-Gaming is able to, clutch it out in their favor, and that is the kind of like a strategy and kind of like a mindset that you need, honestly. Now, looking like for an opportunity, we do see the side of Tivoli using a lot of these, drones to just assemble all of the information, all of the intel which is needed, of course, before the push can be made. We do see the hard breach getting opened up for the ace on towards the exterior balcony area. Grim, on the other hand, trying to push up on towards the first floor. Martaz gets 1 blitz with the first pick and the first opening, which is absolutely required to be in the favor of Divoli on how the past couple of rounds have been. Wild gets onto her cues, and now it is going to be no more Maverick canister being in play. A supremely well-made pre-fire coming up from the side of Grim. Revol gets 1. Now the push is coming off. Briz knows for the fact that there's going to be somebody close, but no one actually bets behind that mirror window. So now it is going to be a 4v3.
Yeah, and a lot of pressure being put on here for Wild Multigaming. It looks like a trade. Yes, a trade between Haka and Maratz as the Blitz does in fact go down. Still man advantage for Diavoli here. 30 seconds left. They have to make their way onto this site and try and get that diffuser down. One player spotted. Legs not quite able to land those shots, however, as Jacques looking to try and land this C4 as it might be beautiful, and it is taking down already. A double kill here for Jacques as it evens up the numbers to a 2v2, knowing exactly where both of these players are, but an aggressive swing out of RWL, able to find it, and
boy,
RWL able to find 2 kills in the round, pick up the round victory and the first round for Divoli here in what's promising to be a close back and forth, well fought match so far, and Divoli has finally arrived.
Yeah, a much needed one. A much needed one. They really needed this one victory in the round to stop the entire momentum play when it comes down from the side of Wild Multi Gaming. We did saw, I mean, supremely well play coming out from side of Marat and Reveal. Marat got the initial pick. The support was in play coming out from the side of Alred. Even though Koos was the guy to get taken out very early in the game, same for the side Devils. Both of the players, I mean, the Grim and the Blitz played it really well. The overall chemistry looked like they are kind of like they made up their mind that by hook or crook we're gonna get this round for the side of Divoli.
Yeah, and a site switch up here for the side of Wild Multigaming, losing that second floor bomb site. They're going to continue on their rotation and head back down to the basement. Remember last time around, this did come down to a clutch, so anything can happen. Divoli has every chance of winning this round, same as Wild Multigaming, as it did end up coming down into a 2v2 that Wild Multigaming just ended up taking in the end.
Yep. 2 minute and very early in the round. Oh, this can be a potential play. Huck definitely has the audio cue. He knows that's going to be somebody. But anyways, they don't have a very clear idea of very clear information. The castle gets thrown out. It's going to back off towards the first floor objective, first floor area for now. On the other hand, it's going to be towards the connector terrace, who's going to make his way down towards the exit suite room. Towards the connector hallway. But right now, there's going to be a lot of that drone work being again done from the side of Divoli to suppress down all of the roamers coming out from the side of multi-gaming.
Yeah, a lot of cams being flicked here for the side of Wild Multigaming, trying to figure out exactly where Divoli is planning to start this attack from. A lot of soft destruction starting to make way. Second floor has been cleared out by Divoli. Now they need to clear out the flooring, make sure that they drive all of these players that are on this first floor back all the way down to the basement, but hasn't quite happened yet. We haven't fully cleared it out, and they need to make sure that they do this in a fast fashion, as a lot of the flooring starting to be opened up, the ram, the sledge, and the buck all being brought on the table here. So they have a lot of ability to actually break up these flooring and try and find angles down onto these defenders, make it as uncomfortable as possible. As we see, a little bit of gunfight, a little bit of damage going down onto Hodka as that castle barricade pops with that sledgehammer. Lots of fire going out now from these weapons down through the floorboards, up through the floorboards, as this vertical play is the name of the game so far with 50 seconds left into this round. Not a single player has gone down yet, and we have seen when it comes down to the clutch factor, Wild Multigaming has had the advantage so far, but RWL has made their way down into this bomb site. Maybe, just maybe, and Devils is actually the one to take the first engagement, and RWL spoke about him earlier being on that bomb site, able to find a kill, but goes down in the end. Already able to pick up a kill as well. Divoli up in the man count, 4-2 with 20 seconds left to count. While Multigaming still with the chance left into this, but another goes down as Devils able to find a double kill, and Choose takes down the final member of Wild Multigaming, and we have back-to-back rounds here out of Divoli as Wild Multigaming left reeling after two back-to-back just demolishes from the side of Divoli.
A really well made round coming up from the side of Dabuli, and they kind of needed this back to back victory to shut down the side of multi gaming's Wraith coming off and this defense, if you ask me honestly. While multi gaming on the other hand, yes, they're able to kind of suppress down all of the kind of like the where the process of Rivoli trying to suppress down the roamers. They're trying to just use extensive droning, just get onto that intel play. They're actually able to stall Divoli for the longest period of time in the round number 5. But overall, as soon as Revol, as soon as Cruz, as soon as the other guys get the opportunity, especially the side of Devil as well, in the last round, got 2 kills back to back for his team, is able to do a lot of crucial play getting done right for the right corners. Again, for the time being now, we do see the side of Wild Multigaming going in for the second floor connected and command centers and the service room objective. Again, for this objective play, Davoli, if they want to approach from the lobby stairs, they got to take control of the meeting room. They got to take control of the lobby stairs. Probably also get control of the connector. Then they can make a push towards the side of servers. If not, if they want to push in from the warehouse stairs and take control of the warehouse cat hallway, that is something that they need to do. Right now, we do see an aggressive and very early approach coming in from side of Davoli. They're trying to push in from the corners of command center, and which can be kind of hard because other 2 3 guys are right now very close to the objective play. So even if you are able to kind of like get one, there will be like back to back trade game which can happen very quickly, which can actually not result in a very good favor for the side of Davoli.
Yeah, 2 minutes left on the clock. Nobody going down. RWL did take a little bit of chip damage as this vertical play from the side of Wild Multigaming has really staunched the effort of Divoli to actually enter the building. We saw the blitz earlier trying to creep up, trying to creep forward, but the shots raining down from above definitely did deter the blitz from making their way forward even more so. But those angles do go both ways. And wow, what a shot from Devils as just a pixel of the head peeking around the Azami barricade. And that's going to be first blood in favor of Divoli. That is an absolutely massive opener.
Oh,
but
nice
the
one.
C4 from Shocks able to find Devils, and the trade ends up coming through. So in the end, not as impactful as you would have hoped for Divoli. We would have thought that that might have been the opener for Divoli to actually pull apart this bomb site. But Choose, though, able to find a kill, give man advantage, but the trade comes through, and these teams are back and forth. Every single time we think somebody has an advantage, it swings back in favor of the other team as Marat's managing to fall, or rather, somebody on the side of Wild Multigaming downing Rats, and Slayer takes down Choose, and it is very quickly into a 3v1 scenario, and down goes Divoli. And you saw that right, everybody. That was a goo mine that took down Marat's and was the reason that came down into that 1v3 scenario.
Yeah, but now the sides are going to get switched up, folks. And even though I have talked so much about it, how Night Haven Labs is that one very, very balanced map and one of the very competitive maps, honestly, when it comes down to the recent changes in the siege. But overall, yes, sometimes defense can actually favor you because all in the end, you have to just wait it for the attackers to come on your reticle. Not so easy as I have said it in a very easy factor, but it kind of like boils down to that tactical shooting adventure as well. But right now, Davoli on the defense can reverse sweep the entire scenario, reverse sweep the entire situation, Erebos, as they will be on the defensive side for the next 6 rounds back to back, and maybe they can also take back to back rounds on their side and escalate the situation to a 4-4 scoreline and then push in for a lead.
Yeah, this has been a fantastic match so far, but Wild Multigaming definitely with a pretty significant advantage here. 4-2 is the lead for them. Divoli on the attack now definitely has to try and make something happen here, as looks like we might have just lost Bullet. Not entirely sure what happened with that, but hopefully we can get him back in to the match as soon as possible. But for the time being, you have me as looks like we have Bullet back.
I'm here.
I mean, the opening kills going heavily in favor of Divoli and really just trying to prove that this map is more of a defender-sided haven, as definitely a massive advantage here for Divoli.
Yeah, pretty nasty early kills coming up for the side of Divoli. Right now, Multigaming have to just approach this in a 3v5 now. And early engagements like this, early man disadvantage can have like a long lose out confidence in terms of the overall matchup. At this point of time, Divoli needs more of that, especially wild multi as well. Here it comes up for one more stay at coast. Now possibly a trade can happen. And it gets gone to the aggressive stance, tries to break down the side of Black Mirror over there, but he's going to place down the Claymore as well to follow up. Just deny any of the follow up coming off from the aggressive defender. It's going to be a run out on towards the other window, not gonna let down to any of the defensive play. But Devils gets one more, Falca gets one, Zalda gets a double, Ash with the triple now in a 1v2, collateral damage being done. Knows the head not gonna happen to find one, but eventually it will be a round victory for the side of Divoli in round number 7.
Yeah, and I mean, really just a fantastic round there out of Divoli. Managing to find those opening 2 kills is absolutely massive. It is so extremely difficult on a map that is as structured as Night Haven Labs to lose those early members and actually manage to find a way back into it. However, the Ash with the multi-kill managing to find a lot of headshots there, but in the end, just a little bit too much to actually have to deal with, does end up going down in the end.
Yeah. Let's see. This is this is a very competitive based matchup that we have seen that we have seen on today's broadcast. We did saw VIP facing up NXT, where VIP tried to pull some punches. It was able to resulted in a 7-3 defeat favoring the side of NXT. Ear of the Snake was able to show up some really good play against the side of Skipitas, especially after the rehost went down. But right now, on how Divoli and Wild Multigaming are facing off each other, I have a feeling it's going to be very close, and maybe we can also witness going out to overtime. Who knows?
Yeah, definitely extremely competitive here between these two teams. First time we've actually seen the Montaigne being brought for the side of Wild Multigaming. Divoli preferred Blitz as their shield operator. The Wild Multigaming going to, in fact, bring along the Montaigne. A lot less aggression possibility with the Montaigne over the Blitz, but can be a little bit safer, can be a little bit more consistent in terms of the actual denial of bullets, as well as more of an information kind of operator that you see. But Falcon straight into the building, going to work their way in over towards the middle of the map, going to try and find out and see if any of these roamers have actually stuck around on this middle floor. But I mean, we see in our overlay, there are some players on this top floor. Has this happened way too fast? It has yet to be seen, but they're going to have to try and deal with these top floor players. Otherwise, they might run the risk of getting flanked later on in the round when they go for this execute. But a minute 30 left on the clock. There's so much time wasted. It looks like Wild Multigaming is a little bit lost as to how to approach this round. They haven't really pushed back any of these roamers. They've barely gained any kind of map control going into the latter half of this round. And you have to think, and Slayer, though, able to pick up a kill onto Devils. That was the cap can. They should now know that they have to deal with these E1Ds on these doors, on these windows. And as the possibility of dealing with this Montaigne might just lie in the fact that they brought the correct utility. But should be able to drone those out, should be able to find those out and not fall prey to those, just like we saw earlier in the day with one of our other teams. Yes, the E1D is going to get shot out there, as not going to fall prey is the Montaigne to those Capcan traps. As it comes down to the last 30 seconds, this Montaigne going to work their way in. C4 going to do a little bit of chip damage onto this Montaigne, going to deal with that bulletproof camera, and going to start to try to get that diffuser down. But like I mentioned before, the top-down angles from Divoli, a nice shot from Allred, double nice shot from Allred as Maratz finds one as well, and it's quickly into a winning round and a tie ball game for the side of Divoli.
Davoli just able to pinch down the side of Wild Gaming's attack on how they were able to push down towards the very close exterior of their objective, not kind of like challenging everyone from the for the gunfight for the side of Davoli, but actually proving down to a very stronghold position. But as soon as maybe this was a part of stress, letting them walk inside your traps, and Davoli kind of like outplayed multi-gaming by a really long margin, honestly. But right now, going in for the first floor objective, because the other two will be logged out back to back. It's going to be, of course, the control room and storage, which is one of the very complex objective when it comes down to the overall map of Night Haven Labs. I mean, it is one of the least and the last choices of the defenders. But again, on how Divoli has been playing up for the past couple of rounds and how they have just equalized the overall score line, overall round scores, I don't think any objective would be very hard to defend right now at this point of time.
Yeah, it's been absolutely magnificent on this defense for the side of Divoli. They have played very standard, disciplined Siege when it comes to the defense, and while multigaming seems a little bit reluctant, and a C4 dealing significant damage to Shocks, but fortunately for Wild Multigaming, the Thermite actually stays alive. This is their only form of hard breach to try and open up these walls. If that does indeed fall, then just like the last round, the second floor might prove fatal for their attack.
Yeah. 5v5 now. Rowley gets one. Somebody gets bucked off from the claymore, which is going to be the recursion of the aggressiveness coming off from side of Elred. I know you're doing 7, but again, that will be a man advantage getting equalized. Not really a big blow to any one of them, but maybe that was a situation which could have been prevented from the side of Elred.
Yeah, and I mean, that's going to be devastating for Wild Multigaming. That was their entire soft destruction just completely gone. And for the side of Divoli, yeah, you lose Legion. There's a couple of goo mines that don't actually get to be thrown out. And oh my lord, what a shot from Pityu. Absolutely ripping the head off of Maratz. And like I was saying, this soft floor, this flooring that proves vital in this round is not going to be able to get ripped open. And as Devils able to take down Slayer, that's going to be the Twitch. No more Twitch drones to actually ruin the utility on the board for the side of Divoli, and they have that Fenrir. So if those gadgets are up and alive, then this is going to prove to be a very tough round, albeit a 3v3 for the side of Wild Multigaming. We come down in here to the last minute of this round as RWL able to take down Pityu, and I mean, Wild Multigaming barely inside of the building here. This bomb site is on the first floor. All of this action has been taking place up here on the top floor. Man spotted out behind the pillar. Will Shocks be able to take down this player? Will choose actually have the discipline, and RWL picks up both of the kills with the crossfire being held, and another round going in favor of Divoli. And what happened to our back and forth evenly matched map? It has been all Divoli since the side switch.
I mean, at this point of time, it comes down to the overall play of the game, where both of the teams are just challenging each other to its very, very end of the skill
play. And what a play coming on again from side of multi gaming as well. They were able to just process out all of the defenders one by one. I mean, how some of these Divoli players are just able to kind of like position themselves out to to remain alive till the very end is very smart. But also comes down to the attacking strategy of wild multi gaming being very very on point. If you ask me honestly, they have been that team to just challenge out Divoli to the very extent of the strategies which they are able to pull out from their pocket. Right now, again, going on towards the second floor objective, 5-4 will be the score. Davoli can actually make it push to a 6-4 scoreline, being the first team to be on the match point scenario. Anything can go down in this round. Maybe Wild Multi Gaming can make it to a 5-5. Then we might see both of the teams pushing it to the overtime. Let's see what kind of a play we see we can expect from both of the teams over here.
Yeah, and Divoli went through the entire rotation of their defensive bomb sites. So they are going to have this top floor open back up. Last time it went extremely poorly for the side of Wild Multigaming Can. It changed now. They have the Maverick to try and open up those footholds, make sure to push off those defenders, make them a little bit uncomfortable. There's a couple of gunfights going back and forth here. A lot of damage here onto the Grim. Not going to feel too good there for the side of Wild Multigaming, as a lot of damage coming through onto one of those operators that you want to play a little bit more aggressive. You want that player to go in, open up the bomb site, and give your team a bit of an advantage into this. So a lot of drones have been shot out. 4 drones remaining with still a minute 40 left to go. Information, if it comes down to it, is Devils able to absolutely annihilate Hodka. What a shot there. Just barely being able to see the head of the ace as the first blood going over in favor of Divoli. And like I mentioned, those drones, as Choose goes down, or Choose gets 2 kills. Divoli in a 5v2, 5v1 scenarios. Choose is going absolutely bananas over here on this side. All that's left is Slayer on the Flores, left to do it all. Spotted a player out, not quite able to land all of those shots. Only a little bit of damage going to come through. Chooses Rain ends right there. Another player going to fall into the crosshair, but not quite able to be ready for the third, as another player goes down, as Divoli takes another one. It is 6-3, or 6-4 rather, in favor of Divoli, as they send themselves on to match point. And as beautiful as a start as Wild Multigaming had, it has been all Divoli Gaming since.
Completely right about the point you said, that we did saw the side of multi-gaming being very supremely playing well when it comes down to their defensive rounds. And I gotta say, on how both of the teams are not able to perform very well on the attacking side, their defense strategies are ones that are just not being able to break even from the opponent's side. Both of the teams are suffering in their attacking side, but on the defensive side, they are just playing supremely well. So the little bit of that advantage which Tivoli had, they kind of completely received the entire situation and got ahead of Wild Multi Gaming in the defense. Now going in for the basement side, yes, you need to take control of the first floor lines of sites as well. So we do see a couple of reinforcements being done on towards the garage area as well. We do see a couple of reinforcements being done on towards the control room as well, no, warehouse as well, of course, the usual ones. But right now Divoli has completely kind of like outshone and outplayed the side of multi gaming, and with the aggressiveness and kind of like at the on a very early stage, early picks coming off from the side of Divoli, has also kind of like kind of like shut up the momentum play coming off from the side of Wild Multi Gaming and the past couple of rounds. Now we do see a lot of that mines and a lot of that traps coming off from the side of Divoli, as they just seems on that momentum, seems on that mindset to just shut them down as soon as possible.
Yeah, and a gunfight almost breaks out there, but as one peeks, the other leaves the angle. could have been our first blood there, and it would have been interesting to see exactly how these teams react if that one single player had fallen. Walls being opened up towards this bomb site. It is the basement bomb site, so those walls not entirely what you're going for in terms of an execute, but you need those sight lines opened up just to make those defenders uncomfortable. If you ever wonder why those walls get opened up and then don't really get played off of, it's just to make sure that the defenders can't actually play with their backs to those walls. As Falcon able to find a kill, really good start here for Wild Multigaming to try and salvage something out of this match. But Maratz evens that one up onto Hodka. 4v4 scenario here, losing both the Nomad and the Capcan. One is definitely better to lose than the other, and it's definitely not the Nomad that you want to lose there. But RWL able to find a kill. That's going to give the man advantage over to Divoli. Losing Falcon, definitely not in favor, as Pitiu with a beautiful shot onto RWL, going to even it up yet again. This is what we saw very early on in this series, the trades going back and forth, the evenly matched teams lining themselves up. You can be seen through the floor. No, he didn't actually see the player there. I thought for sure that he would have spotted him out, but just barely doesn't spot the player. So the side of Divoli going to salvage this even man count just barely, as the Ram is torching the floor. The ceiling is not safe. The ceiling is not where you want to be shot from as Divoli. You want to have even fair gunfights, not the top-down gunfights that Wild Multigame is looking for. But fortunately for Divoli, they haven't fallen prey to these angles just yet, as it looks like the hatch is going to be opened up. Flashbang going to go through. No, it isn't. All red peeking at the beautiful, perfect time to absolutely rip the head off of the snake, as Wild Multigaming Slayer goes down and Shocks goes down, and it's GG's in the chat. Our final match of the day definitely did not disappoint, and these two teams battled back and forth, but Divoli in the end, the better defensive team, takes it and wins the map and the series and gets another 3 points to add on to their haul.
I mean, they played it supremely well in their defense. After the fourth round, after the 3-1 scoreline, it was kind of like a reverse sweep play coming off from the side of Divoli. Yes, it was side of Wild to also get it to the 4-4 scoreline, but even after the fourth round, it was just the side of Divoli. Yes, they did got a couple of their attacking rounds as well, favoring the side of Wild Gaming, because we did saw a couple of mistakes from major mistakes from the side of Divoli in the first few attacking rounds. But after that, it was the side of Divoli to just completely outplay the side of Wild Multigaming here in the Night Haven Labs.
Yeah, it was an absolute defensive masterclass there out of Divoli. And for the standings at the end of the day, we have Turks LFO well in the lead with 11 points. NXT very close behind them, however, on 10 points. Sigmatos on 9 points. Divoli on 9 points. Valor Esports right behind them with 3 points. Wild Multigaming with 3 points. Team VIP with 3 points. And Year of the Snake in last place with 0 points. That's good.
Also, folks, also, folks, which the kind of like a template that we missed earlier today. Let's take a look at the entire of the staff predictions that we did, that we usually do for our, here at the Voltage. Rowan, our entire main man, did voted for the side of Turkish, and yes, it was the same from my side, and voted for the side of Valor Esports, but Erbo, my man, also voted for the side of TFO. So 3 of us got our prediction side, but everybody kind of voted for the side of NXT in the second matchup. So that was that. Pretty clean sweep coming up from the side of NXT. But I would say definitely Team VIP also played up pretty well for the past couple of rounds. They were able to play some good siege overall when it comes down to some of these attacking rounds, especially on their side.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of diversity here in these predictions. Rowan is the only one that managed to secure a clean sweep. To be expected. I did, in fact, think that Wild Multigaming had a little bit better of a chance in this final series, but in the end, some really good matches, some really close matches, especially the surprising one of between Year of the Snake and Sigapatas, and was really a bit surprising on paper, at least, how close that one ended up being in terms of the overall feeling for these teams. Turks LFO and NXT looking very solid to make their way into the playoffs. Both of them fighting for those top 2 spots to make it straight to the semifinals. Sigapatas and Divoli are looking to have the best seeds for the quarterfinals so that they have a little bit of an easier side of the bracket than the other one. So they're definitely going to be trying to compete against each other, and they still have a chance of securing that second seed, only being 1 single point back behind NXT. If NXT does fumble in the rest of the group stage, then maybe one of these 2 teams can pounce on the opportunity and snap that one up. In terms of the bottom half of the leaderboard, 5, 6, 7, 8, all in contention. Valor Esports, Wild Multigaming, Team VIP, and Year of the Snake all have a chance of making the playoffs still, and they are fighting for that 5th and 6th spots. The bottom 2 teams, may I remind you, do get eliminated in our group stage, and definitely shaping up to be a super exciting group stage where anybody can make the playoffs still. Anybody can take it. There are still 3 more match days left remaining, and today was a fantastic day. A lot of really good siege, and Bullet, how do you even respond to the incredible siege that we experienced today?
I mean, I was waiting in, not gonna lie. If you ask me personally, I was just waiting in to get back on the Voltage lead desk. I was just, casting some of the tactics here and there because, as you know, I'm just trying to, cast some of the tactics as well, focus on other games. But I was just dying to cast some really good siege, and today's has been that day as a caster on the desk, as a esports caster on the desk. Just analyze a lot of that stuff going on for some really good teams. I mean, for the side of Turks LFO, they are looking like the team which has a lot of that potential, and there's a reason why they're LFO. I'm pretty sure they're going to find a good organization to support them. But I am happy to see the kind of I would say the overall improvement coming up from the side of NXT's roster. I'm not sure about the changes because I'm not following up a lot of that changes here at the Voltage League. But I used to see NXT back in season 2 or season 3 in the bottom 4 on the middle order. I'm very happy to see them performing in the top 2 standings here at the stage 3. I know stage 4 is still left. I know playoffs is still left. Anything can happen, but it's good to see a lot of their teams performing so well on how the seasons have changed and how the overall Voltage League has changed. I'm quite surprised, if you ask me honestly, about the Divoli standing, because Divoli has been one of the top performing teams in the entire history of Voltage League. So I'm hoping to see some improvement over there. But overall, it has been a very action-packed day, or I would say a very action-packed and dramatic broadcast from the first match itself.
Yeah, and I just want to thank everybody that watched and all of our production. Criffon on the observing, absolutely fantastic. Zane, our producer, couldn't do any of this without Zane. Zane is absolutely amazing at what he does. Bullet, as always, fantastic to cast with you. It was amazing. And I am Erebos. And from all the production team, thank you to everybody who watched. Thank you to all of the teams that performed. We'll be back on Wednesday, just a couple days, or on next Monday, rather. Not too long, too far away. So make sure you come back, make sure you watch, and participate, because these matches are only getting started and it's only getting more and more exciting from here. So hopefully we'll see you next time. And that's it for us. Everybody have a great night. Bye.